Aiden, can you hear me, Aiden?
Yes.
Yes, I can hear you also. Oh, sorry, but thank you for coming in early.
Mhm.
Okay. Um, well, let's start with how are you doing?
Okay.
Um, I don't mean your subjects. I mean, how are you doing? We haven't met for quite some time.
Oh, I am stressed because I think that after
Mm.
TA1, I discovered my problem already. It
Tell
is
me.
time. Time leads to stress, and that leads to mental block. When I get mental block, my stress adds up, and then when my stress adds up, the mental block gets even worse. And then after that, yeah, the end result being terrible. An example of this would be for the Emacs paper, I
Mm.
forgot that the radius of the circle is always consistent. But I knew something was up with it, but I just forgot what was it. Yeah,
You cannot find it, is it? Is what you're saying?
yeah, sort of. I knew it was there, but yeah, I don't know why I couldn't execute it, although I knew it was there. Because like 3 seconds after the paper ended, I knew what I wanted to write. Oh,
Yep. Yep.
yeah,
Uh, so what you're sharing with me is that you are stressed, especially during the exam.
yeah, especially during the exam.
Are you saying that there is something that leads to that stress, as in something before the exam lah? Because you say you figure something out, right?
Before the exam. Actually,
As in,
personally, I do feel like I prepared sufficiently, but I don't know what happened.
right, right. Mm. Thank you for your sharing. That is something very important for us here lah in this tuition. Is there anything else you want to share with me first? Again, it's not about something exams, but a subject specific lah. Again, it's about you lah. What else have you figured out? What else do you feel? Those kind of things.
As I'm starting to feel the impact of procrastination because
Mhm.
sometimes when I wanted to do something, it turns out when I sit there and do it for like half an hour, I will walk away. That's a
Mhm.
problem, procrastination.
You mean you wait, sorry. You mean you realize that you're procrastinating, or you mean you start to procrastinate more than last time, or what is it that you realize here?
I realized that I had been procrastinating, and in fact, I realized it like a long time ago, but I just don't know how to stop it.
Hmm. You gave me an example of you're doing something for half an hour and then you stop, lah, something like that, right?
Yeah,
Um, well, to me, inside tuition, I only know you inside tuition, right? Okay. Inside tuition, you really doesn't feel like somebody who procrastinates, lah. That's inside tuition.
maybe half an hour is the wrong timing. Maybe it's like 2 hours or 3 hours straight, and then I will procrastinate for 7 hours. It's kind.
3 hours is a very long time, lah. To be fair, yeah, to be fair to you, lah. But are you saying that you feel you have to do more? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I feel. I feel like I have to do more. I feel like maybe the strategy that I'm using is wrong.
Mm. Okay. Um, I am hearing what you're saying. And again, now, just nice, now it's only you, right? You can, if
Yeah.
you want, you can share with me whatever you want. Yeah. There won't be another student until 4:30. Right? Good lah. This is good. It's good. What else do you feel? What else do you realize? What else are you thinking about?
What else do I realize? Okay, I realize the strategy that I have to go moving forward is time. So like I broke up every subject there's like a certain time limit and how many marks. So I ratio the amount of marks to the amount of time limit. So I went to analyze how much marks should I spend for every single question. For example, after I came back home, like after all my exams are over, lah, I realized that before the R formula question, there's always a funny question asking us to prove something.
Correct.
So for that proof question, I realized that what I should have done, my strategy should have been to skip over that instead. Skip over there and get back there later.
Mhm. That is precisely what I told you, lah. As in I agree with you. If you realize that and you want to do that, that is what everybody should do, I believe. Not just you, definitely not just me. By the way, I also do that lah, during my O level. I mean, I get that later. That's the last priority thing.
Yeah. And then the other strategy that I wanted to adopt was like for every single question that I do, because we are math, physics, and chem tuition, I will like set a time limit and say, oh, I can only do this within a certain amount of time. So I make sure I don't exceed the time. And that, I mean, that time issue is even worse for humanities subject, but yeah, this is not humanities lah, but for humanities, it's very bad lah, the time issue.
Understand, understand.
So
Yes, go on, go on.
I decided like it's another method I can take is I can plan before the exam. So okay, it only works for chemistry lah in this case. Chemistry, I can try to target like there's like certain questions they will always repeat one, like coating for lead to sulfate, this kind of
Mhm,
stuff. I will try to
mhm,
target against all of that.
mhm,
When I target all of that already, the amount of time I spend on them will reduce, and I can spend more time on the actual thinking questions.
mhm, mhm,
That's what I think I want to do going forward. But physics, I'm still very confused with what
mhm,
strategy to adopt for physics. I
mhm,
mean, I,
mhm.
I, I use the memorizing strategy lah, but there's this
Not gonna
issue with
work. Not
carelessness.
not gonna work. Not gonna work for the result you want. Yeah.
Yeah, I do agree, it doesn't work.
But for passing, it's fine. Every subject, if you just memorize, they will pass on. If that's the goal, like, yeah, if that's the
It's
goal.
not the
If your
goal.
goal is something higher than that, then it is true that you need a different strategy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, understand, understand. Again, I'm hearing you on all this, yeah? Is there
That's what
anything
I do.
else that you realize or you want to share with me?
The other thing I realized is the confusion. Not really realize lah. It's a feeling of confusion. Emacs and Amax, I know how to. You see, there's a thing of carelessness that I cannot solve. I can't solve my carelessness. I'm
During
confused on
exam.
how to solve it.
During exam.
Yeah, during exam, I'm especially more careless.
Mm-hmm,
What I
mm-hmm,
think to myself is, if I fix the issue of time management, then I
mm-hmm,
won't get a mental block. Then I will be less careless. Because carelessness comes when I'm rushing. So if I
mm-hmm,
fix the time issue, I won't rush, so I won't be careless.
mm-hmm.
But it still doesn't work because my physics paper wasn't that rushed. But yeah, I still
Mhm.
made a careless mistake.
Correct,
It
correct.
costed 6 marks, that careless mistake. So
Mhm,
because this is a mistake I shared with my parents, but I don't know how to solve it lah. The question
mhm,
was asking about critical angle. To find the critical
mhm.
angle, I need the refractive index. But
Yep.
I forgot that I have already found the refractive index in the question 2 pages before. And
Mhm,
I was like,
mhm,
how am I supposed to even think to myself that I have to flip 2 pages in front to
mhm,
find the refractive index? I didn't thought of that in an exam.
mhm.
So I searched the whole page, I couldn't find it. So that's a careless mistake, and it's very annoying. The second careless mistake I made was the static electricity. They asked us to describe the motion of two negatively charged particles when a positive particle is placed in the middle of them. But instead of describing the motion, I described the few lines. So that's another careless mistake that I made. So I realized my issue is not so much of understanding sometimes, it's like careless mistakes because it cost me all my exams, it costed me so much marks.
Yep.
Emacs, it has costed me like almost 9 marks for it.
Mhm.
9 marks to careless mistakes. But I
Okay.
didn't say that the Emacs one is entirely careless mistakes though, because like the mental block the mental block resulted in me because like when the triangle is not 90 degrees, you can't use Picasso. But I knew that I was wrong, but I still did it anyway because I wanted to get the error carry forward for my following questions so that I
Correct,
don't completely minus all marks.
correct.
I knew I was wrong. And that was how my mental block led me to forgot about cosine rule. So I
Yep,
made myself do Tuakaso, which I already knew was wrong.
correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Again, same thing, yeah. I'm hearing you. I'm hearing all the things that you're saying to me. And is there anything else you want to share? Anything?
Um, and I think I shouldn't like run so much.
What do you mean by run so much?
Rent,
Rent.
RANT.
Oh, no, believe me, there are times to rent lah. Now exam is, sorry. Now I mean, the most of the exams are done for this term, right? Correct. Correct.
Yeah.
In fact, you have received most of the correction, right? That's why you can tell me all this, right?
Oh no, no, no.
Believe me, this is the time to rent. Believe me when I say this, when I'm hearing you rant, I'm getting a lot of important information. I will give it back to you in useful things later.
Yeah.
This is not the time to stop ranting. This is not the time. I'll tell you the time to stop ranting. The time to stop ranting is 1 week before exam. And then we just focus on improving ourselves lah. No more time already. Right now, we are not in that stage. And you're ranting about things that just happened. It's very fresh. That is very important.
Yeah.
You don't have to structure your thinking right now because you do not know what's the solution. You understand, Aiden? You cannot handle certain amount of mess, ma. That's what you're saying to me, right?
Yeah.
But if you try to filter yourself too much right now, you try to censor yourself or you try to structure yourself too much at this moment, that's not gonna work because anyway you don't know how to structure yourself right now. That is your concern, ma? Correct or not? You do not know how to improve yourself better in exam. That's why you're ranting. That's why you're saying all these things. Now, believe it or not, currently this is the time to do so.
Mm.
So that's why I keep asking, is there anything else that you realize or you think or you want to share? Simply share, right? Don't worry about whether it's right or wrong or whether it's ranting or useless or not. That's not the thing to worry about right now.
Yeah. So I don't know how to say this, but every
That's
time
it. Mhm.
at the start of the exam, I mean, an example would be Emacs lah. I can breeze through certain topics so easily, but when I
Okay.
meet the first question that I do not know how to do, or the first obstacle already, that is when everything start to
Mhm.
fall apart lah. When I see the
Yeah.
first thing that I don't know how to do,
Correct. Correct.
because I will skip over that question and do finish the paper, and then I will come back realizing I have no time, and therefore I will submit an exam paper with a blank question. That's what I did lah. For
Mhm.
both next papers, I
Mhm.
skipped over what I don't know, and then I sort of sacrifice marks away. And
Mhm.
then the annoying part is I don't understand why, but 5 seconds after the teacher collects the paper, I will realize how to do them.
Correct. That is very familiar to me, what you're describing. It doesn't mean that you're silly. It
Yeah,
means that there's something that is happening that the other people has experienced also, and there are definitely ways to deal with them. Lah. Definitely. Especially when you say after the exam is over, immediately you can think better.
yeah,
Of course, that's not annoying already. That's very frustrating, lah. Because then you realize the concept is not the problem here, or rather your ability to think generally is not the problem. It's just very negatively impacted inside exam, which is where it matters, lah, right?
yeah.
You keep repeating that, and yet I want to hear more if you still want to say more. I really mean it.
Um,
If you still have something to say, you say, you say, you say, you say.
I don't think I have any more things lah.
But later on, as we discuss, if you want to say, you just say lah. Okay?
Yeah,
Okay, you must understand that
Right.
This is the time for you to say things, if you have something to say. Okay? This
Maybe
is not necessarily the time for you to
maybe
listen to me all the time. Right? Just that. Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
the other concern that I have, this is not more so related to TA1, it's more so related to how TA1 showed me that this problem is a real problem.
Sorry, what's that? What's TAY? Sorry.
TA1, okay, it
Oh,
wasn't like the,
TAWA, is it?
yeah,
What happened? What happened just now? The term assessment.
autumn assessment is essentially like a very, very like small part. It only sort of like captures 3 to 4 topics. Like it's not the
Correct.
full paper. It's not even like 1/7 of the full paper.
Correct. But you're referring to that, right? You're referring to the TA that just happened, right?
I'm referring to the TA that just happened and how it made me realize that
Yes, yes,
this
yes.
other issue is an actual problem. Lah.
Go ahead, go ahead.
So the issue that I face is exposure. Because chemistry, physics, maths, in maths, if I can say all my subjects, lah, I can't predict. There's some questions that I really cannot guess will come out at all. Of course, exposure did help me for my AMAX paper because there's some questions that I did that I remember I did before. But then they shoot like a very funny question. The lack of exposure really like it makes me suddenly cannot do the question. So I felt like AMAX is more of drilling. EMAX is you think. AMAX is like drill and drill and drill and drill. And then physics, when they shoot a very funny question, instantly you can't answer it if I didn't have any exposure to it before. And what frustrates me is that my physics, I don't have like a note, I don't have a place where I can read off, a place where like, I can read and revise from. I'm essentially just using stuff like random stuff to revise my
Yeah.
physics. No place at all to take information
Yep.
from.
Yep.
And chemistry, like this term, I don't know why every time I do an exam, there's always something that I somehow have no understanding of lah. Like
Mm.
redox. I don't know how like sodium azide, the azide can be power minus 1/3. That one I still don't get
Oh,
it.
that's a very advanced question for O-level student, lah.
Yeah.
That's your school's problem, lah. That's part of your school problem.
Because the question was asking like sodium azide, what is
Mhm.
the ion of azide? So I wrote like n power minus 1/3. But I was thinking like how can an electron be divided into 3 parts? And I really like,
Which you cannot, lah. Yep.
yeah. But my rationale during the exam was like, I mean, that doesn't represent an electron. It's just technically like a ratio thing. So I just wrote it anyway. Because Na plus is not a transition metal, so I told myself that it can't change its oxidation state at all. Yeah, and I don't know whether that is wrong until today, but
Anything else?
to solve the problem of exposure, I need like other school papers. And to get other school papers, like some schools they don't want to share it now.
That's not true. I have all the school papers for you, lah. Let's talk about it later. Let's talk about it. Mm, what else? What else?
Mm. I think right now I don't have anything else. Because the other stuff is unverbalizable. So nothing else.
Mhm. So you wait until you can say it out, then you simply say it out, lah. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Now, if I hear you right, okay, if I hear what you're saying, let's call that exam pressure for now, lah. Okay.
Yes.
Exam pressure is everybody experience. There's a certain just hear me out for a while. Hear me out for a while. You know that I teach multiple subjects, right?
Yeah.
In your case, I obviously teach multiple subjects, right? However, not a lot of people have external problem as difficult as yours, lah, which is the class are chaotic, lah. The class are either chaotic or useless, something like that. Most of them. right? I have one other student which is like that. Okay, but that's not normal. That's not normal. So your problem is a little bit harder than the one student that I'm going to mention, right? So he is from SST, School of Science Technology. SST questions tends to be on the harder side, lah, just like your school, okay? Because SST, lah, right? And the students that went to SST, they also expect to, do rather well in science, lah, and therefore the standard is higher and everything, and therefore they have less problem in O level, right? Now, when I meet this SST student at first during the early year four, early year four, right? That means a bit later than when I meet you. I meet you is in mid of year three, I think, something like that, right? Okay, I meet this student early year four. He is also panicky. He is also worried that he cannot answer certain things in exam. He is also worried that uh, he's very worried about his exam, right? Now, long story short, he has already received his marks because he is last year's student. I'm talking about your senior. I'm not talking about a current student. Just last year. Okay. He received his O level. They are all A1s or A2 on the subject that I teach, but also on the subjects that I don't teach. So he managed to perform when it is most important, O level. I mean, where else must you where else must you perform, right? You must perform in O level. That's all that matters. So it seems. Correct, lah, Aiden?
Yeah.
So what happened from he being very panicky until he can take control of himself, lah, right, so to speak, lah, reasonably well, so that he can perform in O level, is that I'm sorry. We have to go through a few things that will allow him to remain very calm and structured inside O level. That seems to work for him, as shown by the A1 or A2 results. I think the only A2 he get was for chemistry. The rest was A1. His subject choice is very similar to yours. A math, E math, physics, chem, English is a must, yada, yada, yada. Right? So that works for him. One more senior I share with you first. Same problem lah. Now this is JC level. Also, H2 Chem and H2 Math. When I say H2, do you understand what's H2, by the way?
Yeah.
Then I take it that you want to go to JC lah, more than you want to go to Poly.
Of course. Yeah.
Okay, so let's say your goal is to go to JC, then this is very relevant to you lah. So happen this senior is taking H2 Math and H2 Chem, two of the hardest subjects, right? Then again, all H2 subjects are just difficult. That's just how it is lah, right? Same problem, no? Same problem. She didn't do very well in the first year test lah. JC is 2 years ma, so first end of year. I mean, most people don't do well in the first year test, but I can tell you that she's telling a very similar thing to what you're telling me just now. This lah, like that lah, during exam don't know how to think lah, after exam can think better lah, yada yada yada. Same thing lah. We'll just call it exam pressure very high low. So currently your exam pressure is very high, causing you to lose many marks. It is that, like that. The O-level student from SST also, if I don't help him control his exam pressure, it will be higher and higher, not lower and lower approaching O-level. If I don't help him control, what happened is his exam pressure did get lower and lower and lower, which turns out to work fine for him lah. Same thing with the lady for the JC one. That's a lady lah, right? He takes humanities is a hybrid thingy, so H2 literature, and H1. What was his H1? Sorry, let me think for a while. What was his H1? Oh, history, something like that. Right? So a hybrid lah. His exam level pressure is getting too high, so let's talk about how to study normally. Let's talk about how to arrange your schedule. Let's talk how to manage your exam pressure, yada, 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 yada. And the end goal, what I want to see is her exam pressure getting lower and lower. Once it reaches a appropriate level, she can now say that she can perform to her best lah, during exam. That is what is frustrating you right now, right? You are not performing to your best ability lah, or even to your normal ability. That is very frustrating.
Yeah.
Let's not call it careless mistake. Let's call it silly mistakes lah. It's very silly lah when you look at it outside exam. When you look at it inside exam though, the solution is nowhere to be seen. It's not very silly. It's very frustrating. Outside exam, then it appears silly. So again, we call that exam pressure low, a bit too high already. Okay. All three of you have something in common back then lah, when we all started, because the day-to-day class and schedule are not friendly. It kind of messes up your normal study habit lah. Kind of that. And it's no wonder that it ends up simply causing your exam pressure to be very high, right? Because you have been fighting a certain amount of mess from the start. You're just bringing in that mess to the exam. Okay, I'm sharing very gentle. Anyway, cutting short first, we just got the A-level result 2 days ago lah, right? 2 days ago, then I know what is her result. Her result is all A lah. That is to her something that she likes a lot. So thank God for that, right? Why am I sharing you this? Why am I sharing this? You must understand one thing, Aiden. If you continue in this tuition, what I'm going to teach you, or rather I'm going to say to you, it's up to you whether you want to apply or not, but I'm going to help you is to reduce your exam pressure, help you regain control inside exam. That is almost all we're going to do for students who are aiming for A. Let me say this straight, yeah? Those two students do explicitly want A, even though they started from C or started from B. In the case of the JC student, she started from a fail lah. Math has been a fail. I mean, that's why you start tuition, no? Chemistry was a C or B lah, right? She sometimes say it explicitly, sometimes she does not, but clearly only if she got A, then she is happy, to be fair lah, to be fair. I know that from the start. I know her from before, right? But I also say to her, that's not gonna happen until your exam pressure is, low, very manageable, and you can think much better inside exam. This is how you do, blah, 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 right? That's the whole process. So that is what I am going to say and tell you. This is what will happen. Do this and this will happen, do that and that will happen, because I feel that is a very similar problem and that can be solved, especially for people who actually want to aim for A. Let me say it another way, Aiden. If you don't want to aim for A, if you're aiming for B3 and below, exam pressure is not something that needs to be solved. You can experience exam pressure, and considering your talent, your academic talent, your learning ability is quite high. If you experience exam pressure, you will still end up with B3 one. That is your level of intellect low. Even if you experience a very bad exam pressure, you will still do quite well. However, you cannot get A. But that's just how exam pressure works. Nobody I know which experience exam pressure too high can get an A in O-level. That's nobody I know.
Oh,
Right. That's just what we must deal with. And there are definitely very, very, how do I say, very effective ways to deal with it. Okay. Now that's what I'm saying to you, Aiden, for you, just using a very fresh example from last year. Okay. Now, before we continue, maybe this is the first time I ask you, I kind of forget, but I do want to know your O-level goals. regardless
Okay.
of your current ability. I'm not asking about your current ability. I'm asking about your goals per subject, and I'm also asking about the total goal. And I will also want to know why, if you don't mind sharing, because now is a good time to say that. That ties in a lot with the exam pressure. That is why I'm asking. Okay? I'm
Yeah.
not sharing the example that they score very well to make you want to score very well. You think about what you want to score in O level. Okay, not all my students score that well one, but both of them do, and both of them do seem to have the same problem as you lah. That's why I'm mentioning them. And then one more time, I'm not increasing your pressure, I'm not saying that if you don't score A, you die, You understand or not?
Yeah.
I'm honestly asking you, what is it that you are aiming for regardless of your current ability?
Okay.
Okay. Now, I need you to write down in Jamboard because that is something that we will keep in mind one, and we will review accordingly.
Okay.
Okay. Now, which Jamboard are we using? Because, Kirana is coming early.
Any Jamboard, or I can make a new one.
If you want to, but share with me, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. I will follow your writing, okay? And I will ask a certain thing so that to clarify first. So we start with the goal first, okay?
Yeah. I knew my goal quite well like 4 years ago already.
Write down, write down. I need to know, man. I need to. Okay. So, Kirana, yes, I can see you. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Are you still setting up, Kirana?
Huh?
Are you still setting things up?
No.
All right. All right. So I'll go to the Jamboard first. Okay, Kirana. Okay, I'm gonna pretend that I don't know anything. Okay, I'm gonna hear your update. Okay.
Mm,
Mhm. Update me anything you want, please. Remember, I know nothing.
Okay.
Then I believe I am okay. So I'm just gonna rename it. Okay, sure thing, Kirana. Sure thing.
I think that's all.
That's all. Okay. Now, first of all, congratulations on your AMAT.
Yeah.
How do you feel about it?
Uh, very happy.
Very good. Tell me more.
Uh, my first A in 5 years.
What? In 5 years? Really?
Yeah.
In math?
Yeah.
And you achieve it in A math, not E math. I mean, E math is tomorrow, lah, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's something, isn't it? That's something, right? Praise the Lord. And you are definitely, I understand, you're very, 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 very happy. You must be, yeah? You must be good. Good, good. What else? Tell me.
Uh, I got back my bio result.
I'm not very updated with bio. Tell me more.
Oh, about A math.
No, about bio. You're mentioning bio, right?
Yeah. Like I got a lot of careless mistakes in the practical.
In the practice, it's a practical test.
Yeah.
I see what you mean. Okay, more. Okay, tell me more.
Uh, yeah, that's all.
Oh, okay, okay, okay. We almost never talk about practicals, right? But that's something that we can talk about moving forward, lah. All right,
Mm.
just saying. Okay, just saying. Um, But I want to say something about practicals, okay? Whether bio or you're thinking of chemistry, right? Both of your sciences are the pure sciences, right? Pure bio and pure chem, correct?
No, it's combined.
Oh, combined, but same thing, same thing. So even though it's combined, you must understand one thing in O level. I'm talking about, 2 years from now, O level, okay? Yeah? 2 years from now, you must understand that practical is in total 20% of O level. As a comparison, what they call the paper two lah. Paper two is a long answer one, that's 50%. And then your MCQ, which is your paper one, is actually more than practical, is 30%. Okay. Now, regarding practical, let's say I encounter many students in the past which they struggle in practical. I obviously don't have the lab, so I cannot directly help you, right? If you have a very serious problem in practical. But I can tell you the worst student in practical, because I don't know, because the school struggle, because they cannot concentrate in practical, time pressure, whatever. The worst is, well, they get 10% out of the 20%. That's the worst. Okay, that's considered very bad until you realize practical is not as high as MCQ or paper 2. Until you realize that. Okay, now what about the best student in practical? What is the best student achieving in practical? Well, 16%. 16% is considered, wow, so good, man. A1 in practical, correct, right? Okay. Yeah, but that's a difference of 6%, mind you. The difference between a very bad student in practical because of, good reasons that they say they are good. And the best student in practical is 6%. Okay. Putting it in perspective, practical is important, but improving the rest is more important than practical is what I feel. That's the first thing. Second thing is practical is just something you get better as you do more. So if your school have no problem giving you practicals, then you will improve no matter what. Don't worry too much. In fact, worrying about practical makes the practical worse because practical stressful something like that, stressful Also cannot practice at home. I mean, to be fair, all of us are lacking practice, That's fair. But which is why if your school gives you more practical, you will just naturally get better because that's the only time you can practice. That's just normal. In fact, I suggest all my students who wants to get A, who's aiming high, is that you always treat practical tests as a very important practice because you are lacking practice because everybody's lacking practice. So even the test is a practice. You got to learn something from that practical. So let's say your practical do a lot of careless mistake. The question is more like, did you manage to learn something from that practical so that the next practical is better? That's what practical is, look. Paper 2 and MCQ, we don't run out of practice one. So it's a bit different. Okay? You must keep that in mind, okay? Practical is not as big as the others. And practical, you also need practice. So treasure all the tests that you're experiencing. That's just another practice. Okay? So I won't scold you when your practical is bad at first one because nobody gets it right at first. Right? Nobody. Like really nobody, nobody. Unless they have a lab at home. Okay? Nonsense lah. Right? Nonsense. Okay. So still, I see the result. I think that's normal. Still quite good. But anything else you want to share?
No.
Now, are you feeling tired right now?
I just woke up.
Is it okay to start EMAT immediately?
I guess I'm okay, but a bit rusty.
Wash your face a bit, and then like it or not, let's derust for the first session. Right? Let's keep the first session for just derusting everything, and then the second session we cannot immediately improve. Right? Make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Wash your face. Get warm up. Let's do it together. Now back to you, Aiden. IMC. Let me clarify your goals. So when you say all A1, now obviously you take more than 6 subjects. So I do need to know your best bet right now. Because you're aiming very high, RJ and everything, right? You're aiming very, very high. I can understand that. I have students from RJ, no problem at all. But I need to know your best bet subject right now, or if not your best bet subject, the subject that you desire A1 the most. Out of your 8 subjects. Am I correct? You have 8 subjects right now in total.
Yeah, 8.
So what do you cannot say that everything A1 also cannot, right? If that makes sense.
Yeah, all that's the desired outcome. No.
So English is a must, so I know it's A2 already, right? Okay. So E-math is also a must unless you replace it with A-math, which is a bit scary, right? So I need to know your specific goal for E-math. What is it? A1?
Emacs, I should A1. I want the aim for Emacs.
Right. Amen. Doesn't mean that you can reach them right now, but that's your goal. That's the important thing. Now, what are the 4 other subjects? Okay, I take it that you don't have third language, so you must use combined humanities. You must use combined. Am I correct?
I don't have a what?
You don't have, because combined humanities cannot be replaced except by third language.
Oh, but I have pure human, so I can.
Oh, yes, you can replace your combined human and your pure human. Okay, so one of them must be used. So what's your best bet? I need to know.
Actually,
Or what's your preference?
both of my humans, I'm good at it.
So tell me one and then tell me the goal.
Geography A1, elect history also A1.
But you still have SS, ma?
Yeah, elect history and SS is together.
Correct. So both are no problem A1, is what you're saying.
Um, like yeah, okay, maybe job. For me, job would be easier. The A1 is easier.
Okay. Let's put geog first. Let's do geog first. That's at least your one humanities, right? At least one.
Yeah.
Okay. SS and history is of course a good backup plan, but it's not like you want to put both in lah. I am guessing that's not necessarily fixed right now. I don't want to put both in, something like that, in your 6 subject. Correct? Am I correct? If you're thinking about something else, please tell me.
No.
Okay. Then what are the 3 remaining subjects? Chinese is A1, is what you're saying.
Huh?
Because first A1 already secure in Chinese, so it's already A1 lah, correct lah? So your Chinese is A1 already. Am I correct? That's what you mean.
Yes.
Okay, so this is even secure. So I mean, your hard work last year is great lah, correct? Your hard work. So I take it that you are taking higher Chinese, right? That's why you did your Chinese last year, correct or not?
Yeah.
So your higher Chinese already causes you for a -2 lah, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna put that first up. So higher Chinese -2. Okay, so we have 2 more slots here. Math, chemistry, physics, those are the options lah. Okay, so which one is your best bet? If there's no best bet, it's also okay. Just
Chemistry, I feel like I can A1 chemistry.
okay. I have no doubt if you again reduce your exam pressure, right? So let's say that's the desire. That's a strong desire right now. What else?
My elect history, it's harder than job, but I feel like there's a possibility of A1 there.
I know you're doing a best bet thing. I know. Now, let me tell you something about JC first, okay? So in JC, especially with RJ, they don't joke around. They don't allow you, most probably, you got to check with RJ, okay? But most probably, they won't allow you to take H2 physics, for example, if your score is not B3 and above. So of course, B3 is not A1, but there's a minimum for you to take it, right? Okay, that's one thing you have to consider. Have you heard about those requirements before? Just checking.
Heard of what?
Okay. Now, if you don't mind, you say you want to go JC, you say you want to go RJ, right? Okay. Can totally support that. But my question is usually not what JC. My question is, what subject combo are you thinking about? That's the important thing, actually. It's not which JC, at least to me. Have you thought about what subject combo you want to take in JC? I'll tell you why it matters very soon.
In JC, okay, I
Yeah.
haven't completely verified. Maybe I haven't thought too much about it. But I want to take I don't know how much you can take H3 lah, but I want to take a H3 Maths and a H3 Science.
Why do you want a H3 math, if I mean?
H3,
Sorry, I'm sorry. Let me clarify. I'm sorry, one thing first. Okay. There's in A level, the syllabus didn't change. You only have H2 or H1 most of the time. H2 is like the super hard one, super hard, and you have to take 3 of them at least. So 3 H2. Okay. And then the H1 is like 60% of H2. Just think about it that way. Simple lah. You have to choose one. Okay. All H2 subjects are terribly difficult. So when you say H3, there exists H3 math. Now let me clarify something about H3 math as opposed to H2 math. H3 math means you still take H2 math.
yeah, H3 means you still take H2.
Okay, and then H2 math is what your final A-level score will be based upon. H3 math is purely for your knowledge one and purely extra time. They don't give you, cut time in anything else. It's really extra subject that you study for your own benefit one. This must be clear. H3 math has no marking, has no exam. H2 is the thing that you're examining. And if you learn H3 math, it doesn't mean your H2 math is automatically covered. They are totally separate things. Just so that you're clear. I've taught H3 math, I've taught H3 physics just to confirm oh yeah, some of my students take H3. Yeah, I can confirm that they don't connect to the H2 physics. I can just confirm that. Okay. Gotta be clear on that first.
Yeah.
So when you say you want to take H3 math, I'll take it that means H2 and H3 math, right? Something like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there anything else that you want to take?
H2, H3 Maths, I think Chem or Bio or Physics, but I'm not sure. Chem, Bio or Physics, I really don't know that one.
Right. Now, are you clear that you cannot take triple science in GC? Just checking. Do you know that?
I know, that's why I never say and I said all.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, are you also clear that even the hardest science option in uni, we'll call that, for example, medical school, right? Medical school. Medical school only requires 2 science from you, not 3. So, very synchronized, right?
Yeah.
And they don't even require biology. Just saying, there is no biology is a bit biased here. So there's no uni courses in NTU or NUS that say must take biology. Even medical school don't say that one. That means they assume that you'll catch up with the biology, something like that. But that shouldn't stop you from taking biology if you want. That shouldn't stop you. Just know that you don't have to if you have some concerns for the uni. The uni side is not a concern. You can study whatever you want right now in terms of science, especially if you're taking 2 science. If you're taking 1 science, your option is rather limited. You should know that before you decide. Okay, you should know. So you're telling me that you want to take double science, maybe in JC, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay, then any combo is fine, almost. Okay, any combo is fine because you're taking 2. If you're taking 1, it becomes very sensitive. Okay, if you're not taking bio, then doesn't matter already. The uni option all open one. Something like that. Okay.
Yeah.
The one that limits your uni option a little bit is physics. Physics is a requirement for some courses, totally understandable. Right? So if you are already taking physics and another science, all options are open. If you're taking bio and chem, it limits your options somewhat a little bit. That's all. Simple stuff. Okay? If uni courses matters to you, I think it should. I think it should matter to you.
Yeah.
Okay? So that means it's left with H1, correct or not? H1 is not very important. H2 is definitely much more important. But if you have an idea, it's good for me to know. I just want to know.
And I never thought of H1.
You know that your H1 in this case must be not science lah, it must be humanities lah. Clear, yeah? So since your humanities is good, you have quite a lot of options lah. Whether H1 history, H1 geog, or even H1 econ, something new, you should be able to handle quite well. It's the H2 that you must worry about. Okay. Any other question for JC for now?
No.
Now, since I now know you want, you basically want to take science stream like in JC, basically lah, which means double science and math. Then I am not talking about your L1 R5. Your L1 R5 needs some strategy because RJC crazy difficult to get. So I don't mind if your last A1 here is whatever which is A1. Definitely I don't mind because again, total 4 very difficult to get. Okay. Now I thought you can minus CCA, no meh? That should be very helpful,
Yeah, CCA can minus another 2.
So you minus 2 lah. So let's say you get a total of 7, which is very ideal. This is like the best lah, correct or not? This is the best result you could wish for, correct?
Yeah.
7 minus 4, definitely 3. So you stand a good chance to get to RJC. So this last subject for L1, R5, it doesn't matter because you're aiming for something stupidly high. I just call it that way. It's stupidly high. Yeah, definitely possible, right? Possible. It's just it's stupidly high. Now, my concern is not that. My concern is for your well-being and understanding at the H2 JC. Let me say this very carefully. Yeah? If you don't manage to get chemistry B3 or above, A math B3 or above, physics B3 or above, any of these H2 subject will cause endless trouble to you. That means your foundation is not strong at all.
Yeah.
Your O-level mark, there are 2 purposes lah. First, so that you get to RJC, that's clear. But secondly, so that you can at least feel more confident in taking a certain subject that you want. Okay. Obviously, A1 is a good testimony of your ability. Obviously. But B3 is a bit scary in RJC. A bit scary. They don't care whether you can or not in RJC. They just teach you. I'm not sure whether that makes sense or does it make sense? That's the kind of school you're getting to. They don't slow down for you. They assume that you can keep up. If you cannot keep up, they assume that you can keep up. Does that make sense? That's totally different from neighborhood JC lah.
Yeah, but JC, I'm not entirely certain of 100 yet, but like 60%. So
Of course. I mean, you can go to RJC when your points are enough anyway. But I understand that that's your aim.
Yeah.
Know that if that is your aim, there are some consequences. The consequences that the best is that your foundation going in is also strong. Because they don't care if your foundation is not strong. You settle yourself lah. You settle yourself. That's just how it is with elite JCs lah. That's just how I see if you're left behind, so to speak, you feel almost alone. That's not a good thing to some people. You probably can take it, but since you are you, I think it's better that you have a good foundation right now. Definitely better that way.
yeah.
So, can I narrow down a little bit? If you say chem is A1, then high chance that the H2 chem should be your choice lah. Because from A1 chem in O-level, there is at least a good foundation for H2 chem. At least lah. At least you understand more things than a B3 chem. Makes sense, right? H2 or H3 math is a must. If you say H3, you're very ambitious, but then I must say to you, therefore, you need to aim for your A math A1 also, It doesn't make sense for you to say, I want to take H3 math, but your A math is A2 or B3. It doesn't make sense. H2 math and H3 math are terribly difficult compared to A math. They just assume that your A math is good. They just assume that. Okay. something like that. And good doesn't mean B3 lah. I don't think B3 will be good lah. Okay,
Yeah.
makes sense, yeah? So now, this already kind of locks down your goal lah. If your goal is H2 or H3 math, your A math better be A math. Okay, now I have a question to you. You haven't set A math A1. I'm not the type to set your goal. You set your goal. Now, what do you think about goal A math A1?
I feel like it is quite possible, but yeah, I feel like I can get A1 for A-Max.
Okay, then that's the goal lah, right? You cannot right now. Clear lah, clear, that's clear. But we're talking about 7 months from now lah. That's a lot of time. Okay, so that's just consequence. Instead of the worry about L1 R5. Looks like L1 R5, I don't worry that much because you have certain things covered, like, especially when I hear, oh, your Chinese already A1 now. Okay, that's a totally different thing already. You only have to worry about 5 subjects right now for the purpose of L1 R5. Makes sense, right? Okay, I'm
Yeah.
more worried about the subject that you're taking. Now, I need to ask you, physics or bio? Physics or bio?
Not decided yet, but if I want to consider my future and open more doors, I'll put physics. But I'm
But what?
not
Tell me the
entirely
but.
certain yet lah.
Mhm.
But there's a high chance I'll put physics over bio.
Can I ask what kind of uni courses that you might have considered a little bit? I don't know. If there is such a thought.
I never thought about uni yet. I didn't think until uni.
No problem. That's not a big problem. It's not a big problem.
Yeah.
Then, this is not for L1 R5, but this is for your physics. You need to aim for at least A2 in O level if you want to take physics, because then you are more certain that you can handle the difficulty of H2 physics. This is not considering that you want to take H3 for science. That's already a little bit pushing it. But if your O-level marks is good, they will allow you. I hope this makes sense. They will not allow you to take H3 math if your A math is not A1. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, if your A math is struggling, they already thinking whether you can take H2 math or not. And don't mention H3 low already. Then you just die, something like that. But if your A math is A1, maybe you can take. Don't be surprised, they only offer H3 Chem for people with A1 O level. That just makes sense. Correct? If not, people die. They just literally die. Or they drop it, which is more practical. Okay?
Oh,
Now, we're talking about goals here. So look at your goals right now, right? You're saying that this is your goal, this is your goal, this is your goal. All makes sense. I can understand why you say that. It makes sense. And then you still have this guy and this guy, which might not affect your L1 R5, but it should affect your JC life. Those are the goals.
yeah.
Is this correct? Do I understand you? This is not my goal. This is your goal.
Yeah, those are right.
Okay, I understand. Anything else do you want to ask or share with me regarding JC and goal and whatever first, whatever, this kind of thing first?
So far, no, because I never thought that far into it.
But I'm telling you things which are relevant. I'm not piling up pressure for you. Right? I can tell you that most B3 A math students struggle in H2 math because they just memorize. That's how they get B3. You're not the memorizing type. If you memorize something, it's wrong already. At the most, you combine memorize and understanding. That's why you're very frustrated when you cannot figure it out. That's good for you. That's why if you say you want to aim for A1, I don't think you're joking. I think it makes sense. But it is also true that if you end up with a B3, it's a bit scary to take H2 subjects. It is a little bit scary, to be fair, especially in RGC.
Yeah.
Hey, anything else I want to share? I don't think so. With this kind of goal, whether you get it or whether you fall short, you will be able to go to JC1. Can I clarify one thing, that you do not consider poly at all?
Mm, I mean, I would not consider poly lah.
I can understand. I support my student whether they want to go to GC or poly. For your clarification, the SST student, okay, the one that I mentioned, everything is A1 except for chemistry A2 lah, right? Yeah, for chemistry, right? Do you know where he's going to? Is he going to JC or poly? What do you think?
If you, mm,
What do you think?
if you ask, I feel like is it poly because you asked it that way.
And guess what kind of courses does he take?
I don't really know the poly courses.
I don't know, there's 200 of them. Lah. So he wants to take business poly and he gets in obviously. Lah. So even though he wants to go to poly, he never skimmed on his O level. That is what I appreciate of him. Lah. Anyway, he has the capability. He scored very well. Going to poly is a choice that he made. It's not because he has no choice. It's because he has a choice. He go there. Very good for him. Right? So not all A1 students go to JC. Lah. Okay? But if you score well, at least you know whatever choice you go to, it is because you have a choice. It's not because you don't have a choice, if that makes sense. Okay, good for you. I understand what you're aiming. Again, to confirm one last time, is there anything else?
No.
Okay, now back to reality for a while. There is no new topic or new subject going on right now. Am I correct? Or, update me about the subjects. You haven't updated me on what's happening in class.
In class, the past week was just exam paper, so nothing in class.
Good. So no new topic for chem, no new topic for physics, no new topic for A-math, yada, yada, yada.
Yeah, no new topics, which is good.
So your chemistry stopped at before electrolysis. You haven't entered electrolysis, correct?
Haven't yet. We are at the endothermic, exothermic one.
Which is considered easy, correct, or not? Is that what you experienced? That should be easy.
I feel like it should be easy, but I haven't like self-internalized it yet. So.
No worries. I understand. Physics, you still stop at wave. You already went to a bit of static electricity, isn't it?
Yeah. Static electricity was tested for my test.
I'm so sorry.
Static electricity was tested for my test.
Understand. So we're just going to move on from there, lah, right?
Yeah.
For A-math, you stop at... Wait, I don't know where your A-math is. Where is your A-math right now?
My A-math right now is at the e to the power of x sine x squared, how to differentiate those guys.
Yeah. But it is not part of exam, correct?
Yeah,
It is not part of
the
exam.
teacher just like moves
Right.
too fast. Not too fast.
So your exam stop at what they call chain rule, product rule, and quotient rule, but not for trigonometry and not for e power, correct?
Yeah.
I understand. Then your E-math is where? Just tell me. Have you covered vector? Have you covered matrices? Have you covered commutative frequency?
We're going to cover vectors soon.
Matrices?
Matrices has been covered last year, I think. Matrix.
Matrices is last year, right? Okay, understood. Okay. Now, oh, sorry. That's not yours. Okay. So yeah, let me adjust a little bit. Now we're going to do a bit of talking then because it feels that there is no pressure in class yet. We're going to talk about your goals. I'm going to make it very specific. I'm going to tell you certain specific things, and then I'm going to tell you how to manage your pressure, how to make yourself calmer, yada, yada. All those stuff I tell my other students. Make sense, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I want to talk about your goals only for the non-humanities one. Okay, because I know most of them what they mean. Okay, please go to the next page. Now, get this very clear. You may like it, you may not like it, but E-Math A1 is basically 91% and above. This is based on experience, not based on some theory that is 75%. This is just
Oh.
true based on previous students' experience. If they don't get 91%, then they are getting A2 or sometimes B3. I told you before, right? Some smart student focus a lot on A-math. A-math get A1. E-math B3. How is that even possible? It's because the E-math score is higher than A-math still, but it's not 91% above. It is very difficult to get A1 in terms of the amount of perfection it needs. So if you're aiming something wrongly, oh, you aim for A1, but inside your mind, you think, yeah, 85% enough. Well, I'll tell you 85% enough is just for A2. Just nice. Just tell you that.
Oh, then for Emacs is what?
I'll tell you everything. Clear first, yeah? This is clear. That's why I'm telling you all this. Now, furthermore, just to be clear, EMAT is very weird. The paper 1, which is 80 mark, the weightage is 50%. It's very weird one. Paper 2 is 100 mark. The weightage is also 50%. Based on this, paper 2 is harder and have some time management problem. Have some. I'll tell you a little bit. You should be able to handle it. The time management problem usually links to the mistakes you can make. Let's get this very clear. This means you can only make 7 mark mistake at most in paper 1 and 9 mark mistake at most in paper 2. That is why I talk about time management, because you do need quite a lot of time to make sure your answer is correct. That is the struggle in email. There are multiple ways to confirm your answer, but all need some time. Time is a little bit problematic, only a little bit, in paper 2. 7 mark mistake maximum, 9 mark mistake maximum. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, clear, yeah? This is based on experience. You can accept it, you can reject it, but be careful when you reject it. This is based on experience, right? It's just true that way. And I have been training people based on that, not based on 75%. Clear, yeah? Now, AMAT. AMAT A1, because why A1? Because of H2 math, right? Because of H2 math in JC. That's what you need. 85% and above. It's not 75%. It turns out to be quite high also.
Oh.
Okay, clear, yeah? Clear. But paper 1, paper 2, very, is the same. The issue is paper 1 is this is the harder one. The issue with AMAT is paper 1 is harder because you have to study everything. Because the topic are totally random. That is the most difficult part in making AMAT A1, the paper 1. You must manage your time during the O-level, but your paper 1 requires you to know almost everything because you cannot predict what comes out in paper 1. EMAT, paper 1, paper 2, extremely predictable. Too easy already to predict. Okay, you talk about familiarity and unfamiliarity. This is one of the problems, and this is what we will address now. If you're aiming for A1, you cannot run from this problem. If you're aiming for B3, there's no need to think about this too much. This is in my tuition, I don't know other tuition, I don't know other class, but in my tuition, it is always proven. If you don't talk about strategy, you end up with B3-1. But put it another way, if you want B3, you don't need strategy. Just study and drill. That means I'm disagreeing with you when you say AMAT must drill. But AMAT must drill, but there's a lot of strategy involved in A1. If not, you will drill and you will get B3 or at most A2 because you'll still end up making mistakes. Drilling is not enough to eliminate mistakes in AMAT and EMAT also, by the way. Okay, I'm telling you all this because you want A1. If you don't want A1, there's no point talking about this, just a brilliant one. Yeah, clear so far?
Yeah.
Now, I'll talk about physics and chem because maybe that's what you want, okay? Maybe you want good score in physics and chem. They are quite similar. Again, I'll repeat this. Kirana, have you checked the answer key?
Yeah, I'm gonna check.
Yeah, check first, yeah. Don't go on first. So, do you know, Aiden, the percentage for physics and chemistry in terms of practicals and everything?
Yeah, practical 20%, paper 1 50%, paper 2 50%.
Good. So now I need your realistic assumption for your practicals in O-level first. How many % you will be getting lah?
I cannot, I don't have an answer to that because I haven't
Okay.
done much practicals. I can't
Correct.
do it on my own accord. So.
Correct. So you have heard what I say to Kirana, right? Same problem with everybody. Practicals is not practicable, very annoying one. But there are many ways to limit the damage because in the end, if you're very good, you're getting 16%. Some cases, 17%. Excellent work lah, 17%. There's no way you can get 18, 19, or 20 with the limited amount of practice you get from your school, right? That's one weakness from my tuition. I cannot give you lab. Okay? I can only talk about how to improve your practical, but cannot actually practice. The worst thing is you get 10%. Okay, so there is a range between 10% and 16%. Now, let's say you're very bad, okay? Let's say you're very bad in practical, then we talk about it, yada, you manage to improve it, then you get 12%. Can I assume that's the worst case scenario for both physics and chem? We start from there. Would that be okay?
Yeah.
So your task is to get 12%. Hopefully you'll get more. More is bonus lah. Can ya?
Yeah.
Now, regarding strategy, let's be clear about MCQ first. MCQ is 30%. It is not difficult at all for you to get, well, 36 out of 40. 36 out of 40 is 27% lah, I believe. Okay, not difficult because MCQ always have drill time at the end. Do you know that your O-level schedule always allows you like 8 or 9 days for MCQ, both physics and chem? Just 8 days full of studying MCQ. Do you know that or you not know that?
I thought it's all together one.
So the exam schedule, this year's exam schedule. Okay. I'll just tell you straightforward, yeah? So at the start, first week, second week, even third week, you have a lot of problem with EMAT, English, AMAT, yada. Okay, and then suddenly there's a break around 8 days, and then there will be physics MCQ and chemistry MCQ. If you're taking bio, then all MCQ lah. 8 days of MCQ studying just for you. You can even take a break first. Okay, those time is so dedicated that you will have no problem answering them if your knowledge is already correct. That's the drilling part. MCQ just there. Which is why I'm telling every student from the start, you don't practice MCQ, no point if you're getting A1. You only practice paper 2 because you need to see how difficult paper 2 is for A1 or A2, which is what I'm doing right now. I don't care about MCQ because MCQ have too many time already. Plus, if you study for paper 2, you automatically study for paper 1. It's not the other way around. If you study for MCQ, you are not studying from paper 2. The strategies are very different. For A1, again, for B3, who cares? Kirana, just to confirm you're checking. Oh, it's an ugly number there.
Oh, but the answer key is correct.
Wonderful. Now, let me ask you, if you don't have answer key, do you know how to check or not? That's what you need in exam tomorrow.
Can check with the polynomial.
Good. Could you please check with polynomial to confirm that you have the skill lah for tomorrow? Because it's quite easy to check. Yeah, so that you feel good lah tomorrow. Please try first. Okay, now back to you, Aiden.
Wait,
now,
then
again,
yes,
Kirana.
Edit.
I'm sorry, Kirana.
Because part B got equals 7, then the 7 you put where?
7 need to move to the left first. No? So you're not checking -10, you're checking -17 equals to 0. Makes sense? Makes sense, yeah? We must do a bit modification. Okay, Aiden, am I making any sense or not? I shouldn't teach you MCQ at all. There is no point in teaching you MCQ if you're aiming for A1. Like, no point at all. If you don't understand this, please tell me.
I understand this to a large extent, yeah.
So I was using MCQ to teach you, especially topics before the class start. That's the best usage of MCQ. The moment we get serious in exam, MCQ is bye-bye. We talk about paper 2 all the way because there are some challenges that only exist in paper 2. Clear, yeah?
Yeah.
So currently the assumption is your practical is 12%. Get more if you can. MCQ is 27%. Again, get more if you can, but that's what we're dealing with right now. 12 plus 27. So far, so good?
Yeah.
The question is, how many marks do we need for paper 2? Now, let me give you straight for A1, okay? Straight for A1. Again, this is based on experience, yeah. So paper 1 is, part A is 50 marks, correct? Part B is 30 marks,
Yeah.
right? Part B is the very, very long question one. There are 3 questions. One of them you can choose. In chem, you'll always involve OChem, yada, yada. You'll always involve something new, a lot of reading. You seem to have, for example, you share with me, alamak, if the question is too long, I will forget what happened at the start. Well, we'll practice that right now. You can already practice it right now, believe it or not. Okay, that's for part B. For part A is the shorter answer one. Okay, so what's the target here? Okay, for A1, for A1, this one is you need to get 24 marks. No, actually no, 22 is fine. This one. This one, depending on how you play it, is something like 22 marks here. And this is something like 42 marks there. Something like that. That's for A1, that will be quite safe.
Oh,
Paper 2 has a lot of time problem. Another reason why we practice a lot. Okay, so that you calm down, especially when you read a lot. So again, my guideline for my students are very simple. 45 minutes for part B, 1 hour for part A, and then paper B is always first. You'll see what I mean later. I'll explain everything. That's just what my student use. Seems to work for them very well. Okay. Now, those are the details I want to tell you. The rest I'll show you immediately using exam 1. Any questions so far?
so far, no.
So, Aiden, now that you know what your goal meant, A1 means this, A1 means that, this is this, never use the same strategy for every subject. They have their own difficulty. If you use the same strategy for every subject, might as well you don't do tuition. That means I'm not doing my job, or you don't think that they're different. That will be a dangerous thing to do. Okay? Okay. So I would rather that we talk either AMAT strategy first or physics chem strategy. Physics chem strategy are very similar. So you get 2 for 1, very similar. EMAT strategy can wait. It's the simplest strategy, but you just have to do it correctly. Okay. Now, if you don't mind, we will go to a paper and discuss about it. You choose which subject first.
Okay. I'll just chem, I guess. Okay. Together.
You go to Google Drive, you take a random question, you share screen with me. You're gonna change you're gonna choose the school. Doesn't matter which one. Okay.
Okay.
Kirana, again, just to confirm that you can check using calculator.
Hmm?
Using calculator, you can check and you get the answer also. Wait,
Oh,
can you
like the
check
previous question.
the previous one? Yeah, the previous one.
Yeah.
Okay, and therefore you know that you can check your answer in exam.
Mm.
Okay, that will be critical if you're aiming high. Okay. Oh, by the way, I haven't told you something, Kirana. So I have to tell you something regarding your aim. Stop for a while. Stop for a while.
Mm.
Okay. When I hear the news, I'm very happy. Okay, because your mom told me, too bad lah, sorry, your mom told me. Should be you telling me, better, correct or not? Okay, next time ask your mom. Don't tell me first, Let me let Kirana tell Kak Philip, that's the best thing, correct or not? That's the best thing, But your mom is obviously also very happy, Good for you, good for your mom, right? I'm very happy. Now I realize something. I underestimate you a little bit, Kirana. You are tougher than it seems. Okay. First, I would like to apologize that I underestimated you a little bit. Secondly, again, I'm very happy that you can score that well. Okay. And it is much better because it's AMAT first, then EMAT. Your school, very weird one. Should be EMAT first test, then AMAT one. But that's not what happened. And turns out it's fine for you. Right? Okay. Now, I will not repeat that mistake again. I will not underestimate you anymore. Okay. Now,
Yeah.
please continue. Right. Now, doesn't mean you can score well in e-math. Please, let's de-rust. Okay. Eden, have you chosen a paper? Because if you have, please share your screen and allow me to annotate.
Okay. Um, hmm.
This is the tough one. Right. Are you stuck here, Anna?
I'm still thinking.
Then please do. Eden, do you have trouble finding the paper?
I already shared screen.
You already shared screen? I'm so sorry. I didn't realize. I'm so sorry. Sorry. You know what? I should move it down. Okay, Kirana, I'm following you, yeah, still, yeah. Okay, Aiden, okay. Now hear me out, Aiden, yeah. A few of the problem you described to me is something like this. Hey, this is very unfamiliar. In chemistry or physics, AMAT also, but chemistry or physics will always introduce you something unfamiliar. This is part of exam. Maybe I told you before, they always introduce something new to you, and their responsibility is to give you enough information. Your responsibility is to read and use the information. That one is not new to you, yeah?
Yeah.
Now, section B, which is 30 marks, right? 30 marks, will be two of them will introduce something new one or some sort of very long reading, which is another thing that you're slightly worried about. Long reading and something new. That's the majority of part B, and that's how it is. What do most people do? Most people do section 1 and then go to section B lah. Section B is the hardest thing of all. There's a time crunch because we tend to take our time for section A because we want to do well. Okay, and they feel easier, so again, we want to do well. If you're aiming for B3, that's totally fine. If you're aiming for A1, I'm sorry, cannot do that one. There's always be a time crunch, and then during the time crunch, you deal with the hardest question. Goodbye already. Not a lot of people can withstand that kind of pressure in O-level. Not a lot of people. I certainly don't train my student like that. I train my student the other way lah. You whack B3 first. You whack section B first. In fact, you go to the last question, you choose immediately, as in you read and choose one immediately. And then you will go to question 9, which is the long reading, and then you finish up with question 10, which is usually the shortest and the most manageable. That is the way to train to reduce your exam pressure, to make you more calm. Am I making some sense right now, Eden?
Yeah.
Now, let's go to section B and simply read, because your knowledge is almost enough to deal with section B already. Go to the last question. You're going to read both questions and you're going to make a choice. Doesn't matter what you choose. I want to. Don't go to B9. B9 is the long reading. Don't B9. Go to B11. Not B10, B11. There, either this or that. You're going to read both, and then you're going to tell me which one you're likely to choose. I want to know why.
Okay.
This is just a practice. Now, if you don't understand something, you clarify with me. At least you have me right now. Kirana, are you stuck?
And yeah, I'm a bit stuck.
Okay. Now, again, this question is definitely hard. There's a lot of room for messing it up. I will show you how I prefer my student to do it. It gives you more calmness and more structure. Understand? Yeah. Now, you do A and B, I don't mind. C is the hardest one. The one, form an equation and blah, blah, blah. That's the hard part. Make sense, yeah? That's the hard part. So this is hard. Now, it's not that you will skip question C. No, 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 no. But question D and E is so easy compared to question C. First, you must do D and E, and then I'll tell you how that makes C easier. You understand? Okay. Get your marks first from D and E, and then again, I promise you, your C will be easier. There's a reason. Please do that right now.
Wait, so
Okay.
I do D and E first.
Yeah, because you can totally skip. There's no problem.
Okay.
Aiden, don't go to B10. Have you read both B11?
B11 is only one. It's
There's no way. Either or. Either
No,
or.
either B10 or B11.
Huh? Please go down. Please go down.
Go
Either.
down.
Go down. Go down. Go down. Oh, there's the or. There's the or. You see the or?
Oh, okay.
Hello, hello. Even your reading, it requires some fixing. Okay. Now read or, and then you make a choice. Just to confirm, you're pressing the calculator. And you're writing the formula. Okay, okay, good. Now I know you're rusty. Aiden, most of the time, you'll notice that one of the question you will like more one, or it feels easier. You will notice that in B11.
This one feels weird. Like,
Oh, no, that's like 3 questions. But even if it feels weird, do you remember the goal I set for my student for section B? Do you remember the goal?
22.
Yeah, in total, right? Out of 30. So it's not like you have to be perfect in everything. If you see a question, total 10 marks, you can do 8, yeah? Just whack the 8 lah, and then be done because you only have 45 minutes. If your problem is 1 mark, that's not a problem. If your problem is 2 marks, that's not a problem. If your problem is 5 marks, that's some problem. Make sense?
Yeah.
You must read properly and make a choice, and then in exam you will do that. Today, you just choose first and tell me why.
Okay, I will choose the bottom one.
The bottom one, show me the bottom one, tell me why, and what's your estimate for your marks, okay? Because they are not Sec 4, topics, they're Sec 3 topics.
Yeah, in the Sec 4 paper, though.
Good. Kirana, you have part D and then part E, please. Again, tell me why you choose what you choose.
Because I was reading through the questions, I can draw a dot and cross diagram,
Your thing.
and then I can sort of describe how is it.
Sure.
You need to describe how covalent. Yeah, I know the describe covalent bond form how.
Sure.
This one I know how to describe because I memorized this.
Sure, which is totally correct. Right?
This one is oxidation state redox. I can do it.
Totally fine. 1 mark.
I just write the reaction.
Mm-hmm.
This one I don't know what they're talking about. -2. But
So -2, that's fine. So far so good. Then last one.
this one I can do it lah. Silicon and with oxygen, there'll be a difference. It's memorized also.
It will be nice if you draw it first, but if you don't, as long as you describe it, that's fine, 2 marks. So 8 marks is not a problem at all for this question. It's actually very good. Actually
Yeah.
very good. Yeah. So you have experience choosing, which is, if you try to choose this at the last 10 minutes, it's nonsense already. You won't score 8 marks probably. You'll miss 2 or 3 marks, which is a lot if you want to game it for A1. Again, if you want to B3, I don't care. Yeah. It doesn't feel that bad, right? If you do this at the start, just saying, correct or not? It's not that bad, what? Correct?
Yeah.
Now, since this is not exam, you go to the question that you don't choose and then just read it. Just make sure that that's the harder question, just curiosity. Just go there. Okay. Now, Kirana, you choose +5. Okay, Kirana.
What is
Now,
return journey?
okay, this is a bit problematic, yeah? So your D is most probably fine, okay? Your D is most probably fine, correct. Okay. Now, why I feel problematic? Because I feel that therefore the question might be confusing to you. Maybe yes, maybe no. Maybe yes, maybe no. Now, I'm gonna ask you first, what is X?
X is the speed of, like the average speed.
Average, which is from P to Q, correct? From P to Q.
Yeah.
Because you know what? The return journey is not X.
It's X plus 5.
Correct. So it's an average speed for the, P to Q, return will be faster. Clear, yeah? Okay. Now, your answer is this plus that. Now, you must now realize that this is a speed. Okay, great. And speed for return journey also great. He asked you for time. Correct or not? You haven't finished E. You just read a little bit. You should know how to finish E for, I think, 2 marks. That's all I want to give you right now. Can you do E better? If you cannot, please tell me. Again, you cannot, please tell me. Aiden, are you stuck reading this question? Is that a very problematic thing, this question?
The reading, it's okay, the reading.
Okay, right. Then you try answering it and feel the difficulty, feel it. I can tell you this is from JC lah. They just take a JC topic and whack it here and expect you to read it.
Oh. It's just out of curiosity, what is the difference between silicon and silicon dioxide in bonding?
Why are we talking about silicon and silicon dioxide?
I read that question below and now it's a bit bothering.
Okay. So silicon dioxide, at least you know, is a gigantic covalent.
Yeah.
You should know that, right? Is silicon gigantic covalent?
No. Like it is though.
Group 4, man. Whatever. Group 4. 4 hands should be similar to carbon, but carbon diamond. Now you learn from carbon, group 4, that carbon is not always diamond. Carbon can be, well, not diamond, and the bonding is not always very strong, so to speak, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Graphite is, gigantic covalent, but not as strong as diamond because there's the 3 instead of 4.
I don't know how
right?
to do.
Okay, now Kirana, hear me out. He wants time. You cannot give him speed, correct or not? Fair? But is the speed important in finding the time?
Is what?
Is the speed important or useful in finding the time?
Yeah.
Then I shouldn't tell you more because in part A and part B, you are talking about time, see, distance and then speed, and then you conclude that this is time. Correct or not? That means you already thought about how to use speed to find time. Shouldn't you do the same for part E? You have the speed. You want to find time. Isn't that something you already thought about in part A? Make sense or not? then please try your best to find your time by yourself because I think you can.
Wait, the 250 kilometers need to convert, right?
You think carefully in terms of unit, your A-math student. Does the unit matter or not? What's the unit of the speed? What's the unit of the distance?
But then, like, they say give your answer correct to the
In terms of
nearest
minute, right?
unit.
I know. Yeah, but how do you convert kilometer to something else to help you with minute? Does that directly help if you convert the kilometer? Let me put it another way. If you use kilometer distance, right, and then speed kilometer per hour, that's what's available to you right now, correct? That's what you're using now. What kind of unit will the time be?
Wait, what?
One more time. The distance is kilometer, correct? Here. The speed is kilometer per hour. So the time will be in what?
In kilometers.
You don't make sense anymore, right? Time is not in kilometer, right? Nobody described time in kilometer.
Hour.
Okay, you don't seem to be sure. Kilometer over kilometer per hour is going to be hour. So just saying that you're correct. So you get hour lah. Of course, that's not what the question want, but at least you get the time first. You get hour first. Can't you convert hour to minute later? Must you obsess about kilometer, even though kilometer has no connection with hour? Does that make sense? If you get hour, you can go to minute. If you change kilometer, what do you get? If you cannot answer that, a bit careful lah. Maybe you shouldn't change first. Maybe you should just get the hour first, if that makes some sense.
Okay.
Okay. So surprisingly, yeah, I guess then you can see the answer key lah. Surprisingly, the answer is not very fancy lah. Correct or not?
Yeah.
Okay, but I think I will agree with you. Your first B11 will be harder to answer than second B11. That one I will agree with you. I think you chose correctly, look. It's just less mafan. First B11 is definitely more mafan, especially because he introduces something new.
Yeah.
Okay. If that is your feeling, then good for you. You did manage to choose something easier for you. Again, if not, you'll be frustrating yourself and whacking your head after exam. Correct or not? Why the heck do I choose the harder one for myself? Like, why bother, right? Okay. For most people, choice is a killer. For most people, they become very agitated and then they just randomly choose. You are my student. You shall choose what is, well, the best for you. Calmly, properly at the start of the exam. Understand?
Yeah.
Now, let's not go to B10. I tell you, it's very predictable. B9, very long. B10, quite short and manageable. Go now to B9 and try to do it. Okay, or at least imagine you doing it lah. Okay. Now, Kirana, what is this? Is this time or is this what? What is this?
The time.
I agree with you. And the unit matters a lot, remember? What is the unit?
Hours and minutes.
Hour. So now you want to change it to minute because that's what the question wants lah. Is that okay?
Wait, then 36 is the minute, right?
No, that's wrong. That's 4.36 hour, but that is not 4 hour, 36 minutes. That's wrong. Let me show you again why. Okay, why? Because 4.5 hour, let's pretend, okay? It is 4 hour, how many minutes?
If it's for 240 minutes.
Okay, half hour is how many minutes? Come on.
Half hour, 30 minutes.
Right. So 4.5 hour, 4.5 hour is 4 hour, 30 minutes. I'm saying that this 5 does not immediately change to minute. You have to do something about it. Does that make sense? Do you know how to change half an hour to 30 minutes?
Uh,
1 hour, how many minutes?
60,
Which is something that you know. Okay, no doubt. Half an hour, how many minutes?
30,
Which is to say, how do you convert it? Very simple, right? Just half times 60 lah, correct or not? Which is 30 minutes. Make sense?
yeah.
So now you have 0.36 hours. That's what you want, right? But that's not 36 minutes. Instead, what is that? How do you convert it to minutes?
Uh,
Half hour, 0.5 times 60 minutes. Okay. 0.36 hour. In order to convert to minute, what do you do?
times 0.5.
0.36 times 60 minutes. Understand?
0.5 times 30.
Kirana, focus. 1 hour is 60 minutes. Half an hour, so, 0.5 times 60 minutes. That regard is 30 minutes. Understand? 0.36 hour, which is from here, is not minute. Get rid of that in your mind. 0.36 here is not minute. It's 0.36 hour because the unit is hour. Make sense? 0.36 times 60. That will give you the minute that you want. Make sense or not?
Yeah.
Try and check the answer key first before we talk about C again.
Okay.
Now, Aiden, you're experiencing something new lah, kind of, in this B9. Especially this is talking about electrolysis or battery thing, which is like you haven't experienced. So it's a bit weird lah. Correct or not?
Yeah, but so far I can do both of them. But AII, I don't know why. But
Very good. Very good. We can talk about III, all those good stuff. So you're saying that you can deal with it quite well, probably lah. Fair enough?
like right now, there's no pressure. I took some time longer than I should have taken in the exam, but can.
Oh no, you're wrong. You're wrong, Aiden. Let me say this. This is how I treat my student. Yeah, you don't skim the reading. For part B, especially like for part B, you don't skim on the reading. You have 45 minutes. You will train for 45 minutes. That is very easy to train, but you don't rush your reading. None of my students rush reading. If you rush reading, you go and get B3, finish. People who rush reading go for B3. A-Math go for B3. Chemistry go for B3. Physics go for B3. Nobody who rush reading does A1. Nobody.
Oh,
Clear first. You included. If you know you have a reading problem, you spend the necessary time reading and you spend your time training your reading. You want your reading to be fast, well, it has to be accurate and fast, right? You train the reading. So you don't say things to yourself, I should read faster. No. You should read better. You should read calmer. You should understand the question and repeat until you understand, because you cannot escape from B9.
yeah.
Cannot. Okay? Cannot. In B11, you have a choice. I don't understand this. Let's go to the last one. So okay, let's do that. No problem. I already warned you, B9 is very long. So you have the mental preparation to just whack it as your second question. Training lah, with training. Now you know why we're talking about all this, because maybe next time I'm going to ask you to train immediately already.
Yeah.
I got the answer already.
Okay, so you know how to deal with D and E. Do question 7 first. I promise you we'll go back to C. In the same fashion, Kirana, you're going to skip the middle guy. Make sense? For now, at least for now. Okay. Now, Aiden, there is a balance to achieve between B9 and B10. B9 can be very long reading, and it turns out it's very easy. And you get more marks there. Then B10, you relax a little bit, it's okay. If B9 turns out to be, after you read, still cannot understand, that can happen, then you look at B10. If B10 is the easier one, you try to gain more marks there, and then you can forgive yourself for gaining slightly less mark in B9. No morale drop. This is another part of the training. You don't have to, how do I say, let your morale drop if you encounter a very hard question, as long as you can balance it with another question. Just to be clear, Aiden, I've never seen B9, B10, B11, all hard one. There's always one easy one. Okay, that one is clear. No matter what year, no matter what paper, no matter what school. Okay.
Yeah.
Clear, yeah? So there's a balance to be achieved instead of perfection to be achieved.
Oh.
Okay. Now, if you're confident with your B9, then your time used to read it is a good time used. Definitely. Good time. No problem. All my students who's aiming for very high will read properly one. Okay. Now, do you want to continue trying the B9, we're getting the feeling, or you want to look at B10 also can. There's no problem. What you go and survey the other question. Really no problem. You might have spot that because in B10 there's a new topic, you see. So that might worry you. It's totally okay to read them.
I think B9 at the back part is an electrolysis or something that I
Yeah, definitely a bit wonky lah. How do I do this? A bit worrying, right? Correct or not? Okay, something that you will be able to do as we talk about more electrolysis. Don't worry. Okay, so no problem there. But B10, you also cannot escape, and I can tell you electronegativity is a JC concept. Ta-da!
not in
So
my
it's,
like
I'm sorry?
this is not in my periodic table.
You're not. Yeah, because electronegativity is a concept that they talk about explicitly in JC. Since I tell you that, you know two things. You know that this is new, and you know that you cannot escape from it. So you still have to read what the question is saying and make the best of it. That is part of exam skill, especially A1. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So this is not, this is electrolysis. Let's talk about it more later as you get more practice. I'm sorry, no. You got to make use of what the question is giving you. Give it a try. That's part of the training.
I got a question.
Yes, please.
They say reduce to the equation, but like what am I supposed to do?
Are you talking about question 7 or question 6? Sorry, just to confirm.
7.
Okay, good. So the form and reduce is always the hardest one. Again, please see it first. This form and reduce is the same as part C from question 6. Please look at it first. See or not? Form, reduce, right? What are you supposed to do? Well, that is the hardest part. That is the part that I'm telling you, you gotta skip that first. Don't worry. Do the next part first, and then I'll show you, I promise, the next part will be useful for your first one. I promise. Just now, you have some trouble with the last part. That's why we focus on that first. Without that, you don't have an advantage for the first one. So Kirana, your question is valid, but that is the hard part. Gonna make it easier by using part B and part C. That is totally weird. It only applies to this question. Most question, you cannot do that one. In this question, we're gonna make full use of it. Understand? So B and C first, please. Once you see form and reduce, just forget it for now. Now, Aiden, you are reading something new. So I guess now it's not exam. At least I can help you first because I want to see how your brain function on something totally new.
Yeah, I think I can do this as well. Although it's new, I think I can do it.
Okay, now this is totally new. Totally, I want you practice this. I want you to put this on Jamboard. You have 10 minutes. I want you to form your sentences. I want to see how you work under new topic. Okay? Everything if possible. Just whack B10 because it's new. Precisely because it's new. Let's talk about it. I guarantee you this skill is what you need for Chem and Physics A1. Okay, put it in Jamboard. You can stop your screen sharing afterwards, right? I like what you're doing. If, oh, they ask you a completing square. That's so annoying. The question is so annoying. Never mind, never mind. You have to do this. I'm so sorry. I already hate this question. But you're an A math student, right? Here you show your advantage lah as an A math student, correct or not? This is where you show lah.
Mhm.
Again, Kirana, I expect more from you. Can you're A math student, ma? This must be equal to 0. This must be equal to 0, right?
Mm.
Now, your B is not finished giving your answer. You have completed the
Oh.
square, but it is not answered. It's not answered. Use the confidence you have from A math to do this properly, right? You're an advanced student in EMAT. You're an A math student, right? So use that confidence, right? Joshua, I see you. Yeah, we'll start later. Okay.
I'm just like here early. Yeah.
Sure. Okay, I'm seeing your wording, Aiden, right? Okay. I'll make it smaller. Huh?
What do I do with the 6?
Okay, I'll give you a few hints again. What you want is x equals to something, correct?
Mm.
So again, the problem with this x that it is not alone, ma? Correct or not? Like for example, the 6 is bothering you, and then the square is bothering you, and then the 7/12 is bothering you, correct or not?
Yeah.
These three things are bothering you. So if you ask me what to do with 6, well, it's not alone, so make it alone. I mean, how can you, get rid of the 6? Again, can you use door to make it happen?
Divide.
Yeah, divide by 6, divide by 6. That should take care of it, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Okay, Aiden, because I want to know how you think, right? How you read graph and
I
whatever.
think that
Could you
my
please circle for
AI is
me
wrong.
your group 7, please? In the graph, circle for me.
I'm editing my answer because I know it's wrong. I never use the data.
If you never use the data, then you have a reading problem. Not reading the data is a reading problem. Your reading skill must improve. Go and read it and circle for me the group 7. Because this graph is not exclusively group 7. Make sense?
Yeah, I think I know how to.
Good. Circle group 7 and then also circle period 2 just to confirm that you can read lah. Good. Again, I want a circle, please. I just want to make sure that you are, of course, looking at the right thing. Which one are you circling? Okay, no. Okay, you're circling the wrong thing, even though the trend is correct. You count your group 7 again. Come on, man. Group 7 is which atomic number? Come on, man.
One.
The answer is correct lah. Your circle is wrong.
I think I need a periodic table if I want to.
Oh, please. Which you are available, right? And you should lah. You should. Okay. You're circling group 6 lah. You just see, not group 7.
Oh, okay. I think I get it. Because group.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. Okay. So circle properly. Okay. This is reading ability. Okay. This is what we're trying to improve. Kirana, can you check using the normal calculator? Because the answer very ugly, right? Can you check using your polynomial thingy? Make sense or not?
Okay.
Okay, just checking. And then if you're correct, then, good job for now. Okay. That's already a few marks, right? Yep, something like that. That's better, I believe, Aiden lah. So now your answer is correct, loh. For example, blah, 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 blah. Now I'll just read the reasoning. Okay, good. Now you have a
That's
reading
correct.
skill. Good. Very good, Kirana. So now you know that you're correct. Okay, now you know you're handling correctly. Good job. Find the area of the square, please. That is still easier than A. C is always easier than A, no matter how it feels lah, right? So get your marks. Yeah, feels reasonable, Kirana. Feels reasonable. Oh, okay. So Aiden, you're going further than what the question asks. The question asks you to describe, not explain. Describe using the data. So this part is not needed, and it is better to not write it down because it may affect your mark.
Okay.
This is also a reading skill issue. You do not grasp fully how far the question wants you to talk. He just wants you to talk about describe using the data, the trend. You have already done it. You are using the data and you're describing the right thing. So no need the reason for now. Again, it is a unnecessary risk, even though your thinking is not bad. That much I can say, but reading skill is more important. Clear?
Yeah.
I want to see the period 2, and then we can stop for today. Okay, Kirana, the part C application 1 cannot check using calculator. So just check using answer key lah. Hopefully you're correct. Are you correct, Kirana?
I never read the part B question need to be in 2 decimal place.
Which is a reading problem. Again, that is fixed. You are correct. So your answer is a little bit different lah. Fair enough. Good. Okay. Now, my promise is I will help you use part B or part C to do part A. And I promise you will make part A easier, right? That is my promise. I owe you 2 questions. I will not show that until you do finish question 8. Okay, so after, the break, you come back, do the question 8, finish the last part, and then I'll show you how to do the first part more easily. Make sense?
Read the part A, but I don't know how to start it because they never say like.
I know. So again, I promise to show you later, but I'm not showing you right now. Although I owe you 2 questions, right? I owe you question 6, question 7. I want you to later do question 8 first. Not the first part, but the easier part. Then I'll show you everything. Fair enough?
Okay.
Now take a break, have a food, blah, 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 enjoy, talk, then come back later. Okay?
Okay.
Aiden, I'll check later, but hopefully today,
Okay, bye-bye.
bye-bye, Kirana. Aiden, hopefully today we are starting our journey to reduce the exam pressure and make you perform better lah. That is the whole point anyway.
Yeah.
Okay? You're already starting to face the exam. That is what you're doing. Now, your physics class, no matter how chaotic, will become less and less, less and less of a problem because you're simply facing the paper in its structure. You'll see later that the physics paper will have the same structure as chemistry one. So the skills needed is basically the same. That's my promise. Okay? Now, when we don't have pressure of new topics from class, we will do this, and then hopefully you're already feeling better. Okay?
Okay.
Let's continue tomorrow. Will that be okay?
Sure.
All right. See you tomorrow, Aiden. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, good. Joshua and Abigail, I can see you, yeah? All right. So, Abigail, just to confirm, are you using your phone or your Chromebook or something else?
My Chromebook.
All right, all right. There is no problem yet, but remember, if the problem happens again around 45 minutes, don't know why, we'll switch to your WhatsApp again. All right?
Okay. Okay.
Okay. So Joshua first, yeah? So Joshua, again, you're here today because of exam, right? Correct or not? Because of exam, right?
Yeah.
Remind me again, where's the exam?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Great. So you have
Uh,
questions to ask?
I do, but like at this point, I don't think like I can go into the specifics. So like I'm just gonna ask like some questions, but like not really like specific exam questions, I guess. It's more of
That's,
like I don't know. I don't know how you say it, but like
but you know what to ask, right? You know what to ask.
sort of, yeah.
So you ask first lah. You ask first.
Okay.
You will notice that me and Aiden just now is already doing the exam strategy thingy, the O-level one, right?
Mhm.
As far as we are as quick as possible, we should enter to that period already, right? But right now is not the time, right? Right now is you're dealing with the upcoming exam. You
Yeah.
know what to ask, just ask lah. Don't care first lah, just clarify lah. Okay?
Okay.
Just ask.
So,
right?
I don't know if you can see from my page 10, the image is a bit stretched, but for question 2, I don't know why I got it wrong. Is it? Oh, okay.
Show me your working. I do something, right? Show me your working. Right? I want to know. While you show me, I'm going to talk to Abigail first. So, Abigail, today you are here because you want to shift your upcoming Thursday to today, lah. Correct, right?
Yeah.
Also, again, forgive me, I forget. Is there any exam concern right now, today?
It's in like 2 weeks.
Oh. So we are just preparing for exam, lah. Yeah. Now,
Actually,
yes, Abigail.
I wanted to like just continue where we left off from Thursday.
Let's do that. Because yours are unique, right? Yours, we have to divide time. So I do leave the time arrangement to you, lah. If you say we do this, we do that first, right? That's what you can do in this situation. So we're continuing from page A. Where is it? No.
5.
The mistake, right? The mistake. So I told you that the squares, the mistake that I kind of fixed for you. Have you continued from there?
Yeah,
That means
but
you did something new, right?
yeah.
You gotta
Okay,
show me your
alright.
work. Okay, gotta show me your work somehow, yeah? Show me something, right?
Okay.
Either on video or on Chromebook, that's totally fine. So, Joshua, are you writing something? Because I'm not seeing.
No, it's in the image. It's in the
You sent it to where? Sorry.
page
Oh, page.
10.
Oh, it's not
Yeah.
page 9. Sorry. I thought you were talking about page 9.
Yeah, page 10.
So page 10 part. I'm sorry, which part?
Question 2.
Question 2. Okay, sorry. That's the question, right? Okay. So again, okay. So then I have to read again first. No. Okay, good. Okay, then by right, you're doing the redox number thingy, right? So your redox number thingy is, how come your H is -1? H
it-
is usually +1, except for very specific situation like NaH. Okay,
Right, okay.
let me say this one more time. Redox number, H is with somebody else, always +1. O with somebody else, always -2, except for very specific thing. NH3 is not the exception. NH3 is the norm, +1. That's your mistake. If you don't get it, again, the mistake looks as simple as this.
Okay, but okay. So
Yes, go ahead.
right, but my teacher said it's -3 in NH3, which is a bit sketchy. I don't
Yeah,
trust that.
okay. Okay. So remember,
Oh, this is
he,
N. Oh my bad.
that's the
Okay.
N. Yeah, that's the N,
All right,
correct.
never
Because
mind.
you have to talk about N because the
Okay.
hydrogen is, affecting the N, lah, right?
Yeah.
The H is reducing the N, so it's a reducing agent because obviously the H is being oxidized, correct? The H is
Mm,
oxidized, so the H is reducing. Okay, great. So first reaction correct, second reaction is wrong.
okay. Okay. All right,
But
okay.
the root of the concept is always the reduction, the oxidation number thingy. Okay,
Okay.
great, yeah. Okay. Hope I answer your question. Now, Abigail, did you send me something? Okay, you're showing me something now. Okay, good. Now, let's assume first that your work is correct. Okay, now how to deal with this? Okay, Abigail, let me just confirm that this is 5. Am I correct? That's a 5.
Yeah.
This is 2, 4, 5. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, now let me teach you a more basic concept in this. This was supposedly the first thing I teach all my students, right? Which is to say, here's root 175. Root 175, stop or simplify. Stop means
Um,
cannot simplify. Simplify means can simplify. That's a very important practical skill. I think teacher don't teach that enough. So now let me just show you. Okay,
cannot see.
you're gonna use. You cannot see. I'm gonna use a different color. Root 175, correct? That's
Yeah.
one. Okay, now I'm gonna show you a few numbers. Tell me if that makes sense. I'm gonna show you 1, 4, 9, 16, 25, 36, yada, yada, yada. These numbers, you should recognize the pattern. What is the pattern?
Factors.
They are not factors. They are complete squares. That means 1 is a square of 1, 4 is a square of 2, 9 is a square of 3, 4 square, 5 square, 6 square, yada yada. Simple stuff lah. The square numbers you have been using since primary school. Make sense?
Yeah.
Now I'm going to say something very important. Inside 175, do you see 1, 4, 9, 16, 25, 36 or not? Which is to say, is 1 a factor of 175? Obviously, but 1 we don't care, right? Is 4 a factor of 175? Obviously not, correct?
Yeah.
9 a factor of 175? Well, time to use your calculator. However, you know what? My mental calculation say I'll jump immediately to 25. It looks like a reasonable guess. I'm going to immediately take my calculator, 175 divided by 25. Please try, see whether that works. The answer
I
should be
get 7.
Yep. Now, what does that mean? That means I have spotted 25 inside 175, which is great news. Do you know why? Because 5 root 7. Ta-da! Which is something very important to spot, by the way.
Okay.
Do you understand what I'm doing here? This is very important.
Yeah. But like
Yes,
do
continue.
is there an easier way to like find this?
No, you try using your calculator. Let me show you how easy. This is like the easiest thing. I guarantee you, Fazan. This is like the easiest thing. You don't use your mind. You say 175 divided by 4. No, divide by 9. No, divide by 16. No, divide by 25. Yes. Use your calculator. You're not even
Okay.
thinking at it. You just whack everything at this point. Now, you're going to do the same technique for 245. Root 245, does it contain 4 or 9 or 16 or 25 or 36? Find something for us, please. Understand?
Okay.
Okay, go.
Eh?
Joshua, I take it that the next one is not a question. You're just doing it, is it? Is it? Josh?
Sorry.
Question
I'll answer
11,
that.
page 11, you're just doing it, is it?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. For your reaction, looks balanced, looks fine, but you know the state symbol, please. Just assume that they will want it lah.
Okay. Right.
Okay. Good. 49 times 5. Am I correct? Good. Now, so it should be what's going on here? Yeah, 7 root 5. Yeah, okay. Now, Abigail, by this you should be happy lah. Correct or not?
Mm-hmm.
This should make it easier. So continue. Then let's see what happens. Looks good. CaCl. Oh, your CaCl chemical formula is wrong, Joshua.
KCl2.
Yep, which means your balance is wrong. Uh-oh.
2.
Yeah, your
Mm.
balancing is wrong. You didn't get the mark. Yeah, okay, good.
Uh-huh.
Okay, that's totally off, lah, yeah? That's totally off. Just be careful.
Mm.
Okay, so let's continue. Oh, okay, right, sure thing. Abigail, are you writing in the Jamboard or in the paper?
I don't know how to like implement.
Oh, right. So okay. Let me show you again. This is good news. Why? You can tell that this is good news because root 5 is in the answer. Root 7 is in the answer. Correct or not? That kind of calms you down. So you know that the 1080 root 5, you don't need to do anything. You're on the right track. The root 175 was giving you trouble, but now it's 5 root 7, no problem. Correct? So
But
how do you implement?
why
It's very simple. 5 root
Mm.
7. So just 180 times 5 lah, which is 900 lah. So now you have 900 root 7, which is great for the answer.
Oh,
Make sense or not?
just
Yeah, just like that. It's very simple because you just times it. Same thing with your 152, 245. Just times everything and you will find that your answer will be greatly simplified.
okay.
Because root 5 and root 7 is the first good news. Like you feel happy when you see it. Why? The answer key says so. They always give you this grace answer key to at least help you lah, help you. Hey, you're going to root 5, you're going to root 7. It's okay, man. You know. Yeah, so far so good, Joshua. Definitely correct, right? Nothing fancy here, right? So what do? You just
Multiply.
0.5 times 1 over 24, right? Nothing. So usually they just divide by 24, right? You're just revising your mole. I'm totally fine, right? So you go for the mole of the calcium carbonate. I always like it when my student go for the mole. Must be useful one somehow lah, somehow. But how much will this help you, right? How much will this help?
Right,
See,
this
let's see.
is more mathematical than just memorizing.
Percentage is definitely logic. You cannot memorize. That means if you don't understand the question, you don't get it lah. The math is simple, the chem is simple. Now let's see what you can do.
Percentage means
You must compare the something
to
with
the
another
AR.
something.
AR, no?
Yeah. No, not to the AR. No. The whatever you're supposed to compare, the first on top and then compare with the bottom guy. The bottom guy is usually the ideal or the 100% or the supposedly, that kind of thing, logically. If I don't make sense, please tell me immediately.
From here, right? And then
The mass of eggshell is supposed to be 4 grams. So, 4 gram is supposed to
grams.
give you something, right?
Something moles, right?
Some sort of mole, which will result in some sort of CO2, supposedly. But how come it is not? Usually, the experiment gives you something less than what is supposed to be. Correct or not? So percentage lah, less than 100%. That's the logic.
40 plus. Oh, so from here you find the moles.
Oh, you're doing it there. Okay, so I'm sorry. I
My
thought
bad, my bad.
No. I was talking about Abigail, right?
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Continue. Okay, all right, good. Okay, good, Abigail. And then the last one, just use calculator immediately. Yep, nice. You will notice immediately that you can simplify things, Abigail. If you don't see it, tell me, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so again, Abigail, this all feels good, lah, right? Okay, sound good, feels good, but whether it's a nice number or not, I did teach you how to at least check your answer, lah. I mean, you have the answer key, so good for you. You know, in exam, there's no answer key. How are you going to use your calculator to at least help you check? I also train you on that. Can you do that, please? Okay, definitely needed in exam. If you don't know how to check using a calculator, please tell me, yeah?
I don't know.
Right, so your calculator probably won't give you 4 root 5 minus 3 root 7, but your calculator can give you something like this. Take the volume divided by the side square, right? It'll give you a very ugly number, correct or not? So you do that, and then compare that ugly number with your final answer.
Okay.
Okay, good. Very good. I'm going to ask you something, Joshua, to test you, yeah? Yes, yeah. Okay. So you go and find this 0.04 mole. I like it or not. Whose mole is this? Josh?
Sorry, my bad. I need
Yep,
to get the door. Okay.
So whose mole is this?
Mole of CaCO3.
Okay, mole of CaCO3. Right.
Oh,
Now,
I forgot that. Yeah, remember.
right now, why do you use it immediately here? Because as far as I can tell, this is the mole of CO2, right?
There's the
How can you
ratio
use it
system.
immediately?
The ratio in the equation system.
Good. So at least you notice that this is 1 and 1.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, of course, you don't have to explain that. I'm just checking. So good for you.
I'm a bit rusty, but it's getting back, you know.
Good. Because this topic is what you need for O-level. This topic.
It's 90% for everything.
Correct. It's just here and there and everywhere, right? Abigail, how's the calculator doing?
Yeah, I get the same answer.
Good. It is very easy to do exam and it gives you great comfort. Okay, so hopefully you can use it. Okay. Now, do we move on?
Yeah.
Okay, how do you deal with question 8? So again, are you saying that there is no hint from school at all?
No.
Okay, now listen to me. You don't like the cert, correct? You don't like the cert. Most of the time, you can accept cert in the answer. Most of the time. For example, the few questions that you did just now, they will all contain some sort of cert. This question is weird. In fact, question 8 and 9 is very weird. Question 8 and 9, I will tell you, you're going to reject the existence of the cert. You don't like the cert at all. Whereas in question 10, you're back to your normal self. question 10, you're back to accepting cert as part of the answer. And what do I mean by this? Okay, that means you are dealing with totally different logic. This is AMAT where you accept the cert.
Yeah.
And this is possible to happen in EMAT. I'll call this an EMAT question because EMAT question can definitely look like this. And you don't need any special cert knowledge. Definitely not the special nerds, special rationalization or whatever simplification that we did just now. No special cert knowledge at all is required. You just want to get rid of the cert because you're getting rid of it. Not in the denominator, you're getting rid fully. So again, Doldor. Do you remember what Doldor is? Whatever you do to the what, you do to the what?
Do to the left, do to the right.
Right. So I'm telling you here, you hate the cert. Doesn't matter that it is not in the denominator, you totally hate it. So how do you get rid of it? There's a square, there's a cert here, which you square. You're gonna square the square root, and therefore you will get only 3x plus 1. Okay, good job. That's it. Doldor square. That no more cert question. Then you just do normally like email. Joshua, any questions so far? Are you moving on already? You are
Oh yeah, I
moving.
moved on to
You have checked the answer or something, right? Have, right?
wait, oh, my bad.
Abigail, are you stuck? You're doing a very good job here. Are you stuck?
So wait, so like this just becomes 3x plus 1.
Which is correct and which is great. Correct or not? Hey, I
Yeah.
like that. You know, I like that a lot. You will like that. And then the right hand side also easy to handle with the square. Right? Now this is an EMAT question. This no longer AMAT. Handle it like an EMAT.
Okay.
Wait, sorry, I don't understand. I checked the answer key. It says number of moles of HCl for part 3.
Part 3, yeah. Got it. Okay,
Huh.
right. Okay, so of course it gives you concentration. I'm gonna check right now. Yeah. So what you need to deal with is the 0. So you cannot use 0.04. You're wrong. You have to use 0.03. Fine. You're wrong.
Oh wait, my goodness. No, my bad. You're right.
Because
You're right. You're right.
the 0.04 is pure. It's not pure what? Okay,
Oh,
again,
yeah,
this is
yeah,
logic
gotcha.
what? This is more like logic, you know. Your logic must
No,
be,
okay.
you know,
Right.
on spot here lah. Must be on spot. There's no other way to explain this.
Wait, 3, 5. But then it says multiply by 2.
Okay, why is multiplied by 2? Again, because the HCl is 2, which is again, you're not engaging your reaction. 1 and 2. You don't get it. 1, 2.
Oh.
You're not engaging your
Oh.
reaction. You miss a lot. So you understand it previously. Here you don't engage.
Okay. Alright.
Again, more logical.
Alright.
Abigail, are you stuck?
Yeah.
Hey, what are you doing?
Wait, let me-
Email. Just expand your right hand side. Hey, what are you doing? Expand your right hand side. Okay, now tell me, are you still stuck?
Yeah.
Oh. Make the left hand side 0. Wait, what's going on here? Yeah. Go on. Great. Yeah, okay, good. Balance it, Joshua, and also the state symbol. Great. Good. Balance it. Slowly.
Wait,
Are you stuck with it, Abigail?
Yeah.
No, I'll try to hint you first. Again, this is EMAT, no AMAT. So there's no special knowledge or anything. You already know how to do this from Sec 2. Not trying to give you pressure. Now, usually if this is Sec 2, what will you do? Imagine that this is Sec 2. What will you do, Abigail?
I don't remember.
I don't think we have much time today, right? So I'm trying to awaken you.
Sorry.
Yeah, so be
I know
careful.
that the catalyst used in the Haber process is like iron, but why? Is it like
Oh, it's cheap. It's cheap.
like
It's the cheapest thing ever to use.
what's
They
it?
can use better catalyst, lah, right? But no
Yeah.
need to explain too much. It's the cheapest thing ever. I mean,
Is
it's not cheapest, lah, but it's a cheap catalyst because theoretically, catalyst can be used indefinitely, but in reality, catalyst will break down after a certain. So you have to replenish the catalyst. A cheap option is nice. This is an industrial process, meaning you want to make a lot of ammonia, lah. Ammonia is something very useful for fertilizer and everything. They should at least talk to you about that in the chapter. So cheap is good, look.
right.
Cheap is
Also the unreacted gases, right? Is it like they condense and then they repeat the process? They replenish, right?
No, your Haber process is bad. Okay. You condense the ammonia out, and then the reversible
Oh.
reaction will continue. Can react again.
Yeah.
Right. Of course, when you condense, you have to take out everything, so you put it back lah. But the one you condense out is the ammonia, not the unreacted gas. That doesn't make
Oh
sense.
yeah. Right.
Okay. Back to you, Abigail. So, okay, if I were to put it simply, I'm factorizing the x out. Make sense or not? I just factorize it out. Did that make sense?
Okay.
Okay, but in some sense, even if you want to use your cross method, which is correct, a Sec 2 is a cross method, you should encounter the exact same answer, as in x plus 0 is what you should encounter in your Sec 2 cross method.
Yeah.
Okay, so x and x plus 0 is the same thing. The question is, what's the final presentation? We still need to do one more thing after this, man. Right? Please continue.
I don't
Okay,
know.
that's not. So, Abigail, you're saying?
I don't know how to continue.
Wait, what? Again, Sec 2, yeah, Abigail. Sec 2, yeah? Sec 2, yeah? So this equal to 0, right? Remember, your teacher will say something like this. When it is equal to 0, we can do something very special. If A times B equal to 0, it's either A equals to 0 or B equals to 0. Remember something like this from Sec 2.
Oh, okay.
And that's what you're doing, lo. So x plus 0 is 0, and then you get two answers, right? Okay, Joshua, again, that's not the proper way. So again, conceptually first. In the reactor, you have three gases, correct or not? To be very clear, you want the ammonia, you don't want the nitrogen, you don't want the hydrogen, you want the oxygen, correct? Now, Sec 3, how do you separate? Oh, yeah, then you're also wrong.
No,
there.
I didn't read.
Okay. So the liquid ammonia is not directly, when you form the ammonia, it's not actually liquid. The reaction is kind of a very poor summary lah. It's a bit misleading. So in the reactor, you still get all gases because it's quite a hot reactor, 450 degree, How can it be liquid?
Yeah.
So the liquid ammonia is a is a bad way of the question to say. Right? Now, how in Sec 3 you learn how to separate gases. How do you separate gas from another gas? That's the question from Sec 3. If you don't remember, please tell.
I don't remember. No, I don't remember.
You use fractional distillation,
Oh, wait. But then
which
isn't
is
that
to cool it
water?
down, to cool it down, because you have to
Cool.
cool down the gas. One of them will cool down first. Very conveniently, the liquid ammonia will
You separate it
liquefy
and
first, will
then
cool down first. The rest will still be gas. Very convenient. So you're cooling it down from 450 to around, I don't know, minus 60 or something like that. You're
Right.
cooling it.
Isn't that like they're asking what happens, right? So
So
is that more of like
what
a
should
separation?
happen? So industrially, what should happen? What should you do? Not what happened. There is a it's a very bad way of phrasing it. Actually, what he meant is, what are you supposed to do with them? So
Oh,
you
so
should condense
cool
condense the
condensing it.
ammonia outside the reactor. So therefore separating them and then put back the remaining raw gases back to the reactor. That's what it means.
Okay. Right.
And then
Yeah.
check the answer. Abigail, are you stuck with question 9?
No.
Are you doing it somewhere? Sorry. Are you doing it?
Oh wait. Okay.
I think this paper is just bad.
No,
Because
yeah, it's not nice the way they say it. It's not nice.
for part
But
B,
but the concept they test is good.
hmm.
I know. I
For
know.
part B, the answer key it says why name the catalyst B and explain why it's used. I put iron, and then the explain part is because it speeds up reaction. But isn't that like a catalyst, like in general?
I guess so.
So I don't
I mean,
know.
can't blame the answer, no. Let me think for a while.
It's like
Can you
I think
blame that or not?
I think they're like I don't know. It's like more of a there is a mercy mark, I guess. I don't know.
Wait, I
It's
cannot
weird.
blame that, right? I don't know. But I think the answer key for the part C is okay. You know, never mind. Let's not talk about it. Let's assume that it's correct. I don't know. Okay, maybe you'll just answer both tomorrow, okay? We just say,
Right.
okay, first
Okay.
of all, a catalyst will speed up the reaction, which is great, which is because it's true that it is a little bit slow for industrial. So, and then iron because it's cheap. Ta-da! Whatever, man. Let's just answer
Right.
it.
Fine.
Let's not debate with the answer key, right?
Hmm.
Whatever. There's no person behind it. We cannot debate. We cannot exchange knowledge. Abigail, are you stuck?
Kind of.
Hey, Abigail, you cannot square like this only. This is not a free square, okay? You can only do a square here because it's a door, okay? It was a door. Here you suddenly have a square. This is like totally wrong already. Okay, then let me get it clear to you. If the door means everything square, which is not what you're achieving here. That's also wrong. You cannot just everything square, then end up this guy square minus that guy square. Does that make sense to you?
Oh, okay.
It's the wrong way of doing it. Instead, I'll do something first for you. Instead, you gotta do the presentation properly. So far so good, Ken. I just move it to the right.
Yeah.
And then I do the door, which is now okay. And then you will realize that this is exactly what you wrote. That's fair. If you put it back, if you go back like that, it is exactly what you wrote. But what you wrote as a starting is not good at all. It implies that you think squaring the right-hand side will become like that. That will not be correct. That's the wrong concept.
Okay.
Right? So anyway, you don't have to do this. You just have to free the square root and then you can go on from there. You don't have to write this anyway. There's no need to do this. Okay, let's give it a try. Just you okay, yeah?
Yeah, I'm trying to find more questions.
Well, you're practicing Haber and then you're practicing.
Yeah,
I
because
don't
the
get it. What
test,
topics are you practicing?
ammonia,
Docs, okay, ammonia,
redox,
docs, and then
reactivity series, but like only halfway.
yeah, the weird thing.
Electrolysis.
Electrolysis. But your
Yeah.
electrolysis, you're comfortable.
Oh yeah, I'm a bit more okay. I got a careless mistake in my class test, and I got like really, really poor marks because of it.
Mm.
Remember the okay, I'm gonna give it to you. I'm gonna show you. I think I got like no, I got 12 for my
Are you showing me something? Sorry.
give me a second. Uh,
Abigail, are you stuck? Sorry. Abigail?
Yeah.
Okay. Just quick. No, the left hand side you square, the right hand side you square, right? So what happened to the square? Like the square's purpose is to get rid of surd, right? Usually this is a very special thing. We usually don't do that, but now we want to do that. So when you square it, you can get rid of the surd. What happened? If you don't
Mm,
understand what happened, tell me, yeah?
I don't know.
Tell me whether you understand or not.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, then you continue from there, yeah?
page 13. I don't know if it's loading yet. Yeah, my
Okay, something, okay.
it's a bit,
But that's a lot of
it's a bit
correction.
messy. Yeah, there's a lot of corrections because I forgot the electron flow. I knew the electron flow was going this way. Then I said it attracted SO4 minus, so I thought this was reduction. I think I was careless. And then this was supposed to be minus charge, but negatively charged.
Yeah, you're supposed to, yeah, and they're supposed to attract positive charge.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
you're
it's supposed
just,
to be
then you're
careless.
fully reversed in everything, lah.
Yeah.
You're fully reversed.
Mm.
So that's why the answer is totally off for everything, lah.
Yeah, but I noticed that as soon as I got back the paper,
Mm.
after she pointed it out. So
Um, how do I say? Keep practicing that, lah.
mm,
To be
mm,
fair, that's the only thing you need. But also to be fair, if you mess that up, then nothing else matters. Turns
yeah,
out it's the essence of electrolysis and battery. It is the essence.
mm,
So get it right, and then everything should be fine. Get it wrong, then obviously nothing is fine.
yeah, yeah.
Don't go to memorizing, okay? Don't. Even
Yeah.
though you kind of miss your logic, doesn't mean that memorizing is better. Not gonna help you in O level. Not gonna help. Yeah. Okay. Still stick to logic. Still stick to training. That. Okay.
Mm.
Okay.
All right, I don't know what a reactivity series question looks like. Could you
Metals. Everything metal. Everything trend. Oh, but you haven't covered all that. You know what? I don't even know where your metal reactivity series. It should cover trends. It should cover metal displacement. What do you call that? Blast furnaces,
okay,
corrosion,
corrosion,
which you mostly haven't covered, lah. Correct or not?
no, we finished it.
You
We
finish
finished it.
until corrosion.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the whole reactivity. If you finish until corrosion, that is reactivity. So the trends in acid, reactivity with acid, displacement,
The one that's like
blast furnace, and rust.
group 1 reacts with cold water and then
Yeah,
reacts
something like that. Yeah,
violently
because
with
it's
hot
also
water.
based on reactivity series.
Right. Okay.
Abigail, you got it. Okay, good. So Abigail, we are back to the normal AMAT lah, where you don't get rid of the cert lah, where you don't, right? So you do your rainbow and you're confused with one rainbow. Why are you confused with one rainbow?
Like the 2 square root 5 like times
Times x.
x.
Oh, just write down. Just write down. Just exactly how you read it just now. You're correct.
Like how?
2 root 5x. Really? Just like that. I mean, in the end, 2 root 5 is just a number, so that ugly number times x. The x is outside the cert, just to be clear, correct?
Okay.
Clear, yeah? So now you have this this thing, and then there's no denominator to worry about.
Mm-hmm.
Correct or not? X is just, we just have a weird coefficient for x, 2 root 5, but it's acceptable. Now, there is no denominator to worry about. There's also nothing to simplify. So almost all your AMAT skill is currently not being demanded here. Correct or not?
Yeah.
So far, so good. Now, in fact, I'll tell you, it's very weird that they give you an answer. Actually, this is badly phrased, but actually they give you an answer. He's saying that this whole thing is the same as minus 7 plus y root 5 lah. That's what he's saying. Okay.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to introduce to you maybe a new technique. Maybe let's just call it a new technique, which is very easy one. That's not something difficult. If there's only if you don't know how to continue. Do you know how to continue from here?
No.
Okay, then it's very simple. There is always the cert number and the non-cert number. Correct or not? That's why I teach you. Cert and non-cert. So the non-cert and the cert should separate, right? But the cert should combine. So for example, they by nature combines. One way to see it lah. Because some people may want to combine the x. That also might work. Depending on the question. But here let's just say I am currently randomly just favoring non-cert with cert currently. Instead of favoring x with non-x. Okay? I'm just choosing a different way of seeing it. Okay? So this is this is the non-cert when I talk about. This is the non-cert and that's the cert. Okay? Yeah? There you go. This is it. I'm not grouping it based on variable and non-variable. Clear, yeah? Now, why does this turns out to be a good idea? Because look at that. On the right-hand side, I also have a non-cert. I have a non-cert. There you go. And I have the cert also. There you go. That's just how my grouping works out for me in this question. Only in this question. So far, so good?
Yeah.
Now, so I'm gonna shake my leg, do something nice like that. This is the non-cert thingy. Now, the reason why I can do this, because cert and non-cert can never combine. Cert and non-cert can never combine. That is the nature of cert. Cert is totally separate from the non-cert. So I can safely say the non-cert here will just be the non-cert here. I don't have to worry about the cert part. The cert part, let us be the cert part. That's all. So non-cert will immediately give me my x. Please find the x for us.
Okay.
Joshua, are you okay so far? Are you having trouble finding question? Those are electrolysis question. Those are battery questions.
Still electrolysis question.
Yep. And there's a Haber question, which I guess you can practice that. Oh, corrosion, right? Corrosion is definitely, yeah, that's something to do. Yeah, nice.
Corrosion, which one?
I mean, part B is corrosion, right? In question 14, part B is corrosion, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which is something that yes, there's reactivity series, that's metal. Okay, good. So now Abigail, you know X is 1. So time to use our cert one. Remember I told you the non-cert and the cert cannot mix, which simply means the cert can be compared with the cert. So this guy must be equal to that guy. Make sense or not?
Yeah.
So please do that and use your newfound X. That's it. Finish.
Okay.
Mm.
Reaction between a dilute acid and thin. Okay, now Joshua, think carefully. Yeah, you must think. Dilute acid definitely give you hydrogen plus. I totally agree with you lah. Okay.
Yeah.
But they tell you specifically is dilute acid and thin. You give us thin 2 plus.
Mm.
Are you sure, right? You want to start with thin 2 plus. Okay, you want to start with the thin metal. Makes a lot of sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you will get instead SN2 plus and I guess hydrogen maybe lah ya. I don't know, hydrogen, which is simply a displacement reaction. Correct or not? Based
Oh,
on
it's
the
the
reactivity
reactivity
series.
series, the one that's
Correct,
like
displacement. Because the H plus is at the bottom, jumping up. The SN is jumping down. The jumping down is bigger than the jumping up. I was telling you that lah.
right.
Right. Okay. So this reaction seems legit low, is what I'm trying to say. But please, you learn from Sec 3, H plus cannot be H. Come on. H plus must always be
H2.
H2, right? And there is a gas, and then you balance everything. And then now the electron is also balanced. Just now, your electron also not balanced. Now your electron is balanced. So remember all that lah. Remember all that.
Mm.
Okay. So displacement reaction. So correct lah. Corrosion is part of reactivity series. Part of it lah. Yeah. X, yeah, good. Okay, Abigail, come on. The cert compare with the cert. This is non-cert. Come on, -7, don't involve it here. Compare the non-cert with the non-cert. Compare the cert with the cert. If that makes sense.
No.
Again, one more time, One more time. 2 and a cert. They will never mix. Never mix. Correct or not? They are
Yeah.
forever separate. They are forever separate. On the left-hand side, you already have the non-cert and the cert. So the non-cert is forever separate from the cert. Forever. Sense?
Yeah.
On the right-hand side, you also have non-cert and cert, which they are forever separate. Right?
Yes.
Due to this separation, you can easily compare non-cert with non-cert only. And you can compare cert with cert only. What I'm trying to say is, this guy must be wrong because how can a non-cert exist if this guy is fully cert? This is cert and this is cert. How can it produce a non-cert? A cert and a cert will only produce cert. Don't involve the non-cert in the cert. If that makes some sense to you.
Okay.
So don't involve the non-cert here. You're already there anyway. Look at that. It's already used anyway, in that sense. Yeah. I'm comparing the non-cert with the non-cert. So now I'm free to compare the cert with the cert, and you will have your Y quite easily. If that makes some sense.
Okay.
Oh, this is definitely new. They are not teaching. This is very weird. Oh, no. Oh. This will feel very weird, isn't it? For now, just answer the Y first for now. Okay, if this feels weird, it is. I haven't explained everything. It is. Don't want to explain. Part B is normal again. Part B is back to normal. Come on. Y. So what is Y? By comparison, Y will be more voltage difference, Joshua. Not more volt, but more voltage difference.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Abigail, are you stuck with the Y?
Yeah.
Again, by comparison, this is like a totally new logic. You'll get something, some used to. If I compare this and that, I will immediately see that Y is -1 by comparison. That's the only thing I'm doing. I'm comparing left-hand side and right-hand side. If that makes some sense.
Sorry. For the voltages, right? Do I have to like make a calculated prediction?
Yes.
Or
Yes, because I think you can. I think they give you enough data. I think. For example, if you want copper iron, you can do. Well, first you use the reactivity series. It's better for you to just write down the reactivity series and then you can see how you can predict it. Okay, write down the reactive series at least for these 4 metals. There's only 4, huh? Abigail, are you still confused?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to say something very weird, Abigail. I'm going to ask you to skip this one first. It feels totally weird. I'm going to ask you to focus on B because it is no longer weird. It is what you have been training. From time to time, we'll come back and then to this weird part A. Okay? I can understand that it's totally weird. For now, just treat it as weird. I'm totally fine. B is not weird. B, we get serious again. Come. That's okay, Joshua, but if you want to save time, you can just do the reactivities for this 4 metal. That also works.
okay.
Oh
Silver.
no, you're already using your teacher's method. Not gonna work very well in exam. ... Remember? The weakness of the teacher's method is that it uses English, not the chemical formula. Chemical formula is always better, at least for O-level practices, and you're already that good lah. Don't revert back to English lah, preferably, right? Now, however, in this question, your order is correct though. So that's one good thing about it. Your order is totally correct. I have no problem. Okay. Now, what is this? Sorry. Tell me what is this? What is it?
It's hydrogen. The hydrogen ion. Is it ion?
Yeah, no. Hydrogen ion is here.
Is that not?
This is zinc, iron, and lead. Again, 3 dots. That's how I teach you. 3 dots in the middle. Called carbon, hydrogen first. 3 dot, 3 dot, 3 dot. Group 1, group 2, group 3, 3 dot, 3 dot. Never mind. I don't want to talk about that. I just want you to order this based on this only.
Okay.
You have copper, you have silver, you have zinc. You only have to figure out where nickel is. Okay, there's no nickel in the standard reactivity series. So where is nickel?
Is at the bottom, right? I remember.
There's an Fe here. Sorry, there's an Fe here. So nickel is nowhere, but you can take a pick where nickel is based on the voltage. That's what they're telling you.
Silver. Silver's here. The nickel.
Nickel is not in the standard reactivity series. You didn't even realize.
I know.
Good, Abigail. Whenever there's a double cert, we cannot deal with it. So we just eliminate one of the cert, right? By using door. That's great. This is something correct to do. Because double cert, we cannot handle. So we get rid of double cert.
But do we have to know nickel? We don't have to know nickel, do we?
Okay, now look at the table. Okay, the table is slightly more advanced. Okay, first of all, I've already listed zinc, Fe, copper, and silver according to the standard reactivity series. That is the order, correct?
Yeah.
So all I have to do is figure out where nickel is. Now, obviously, nickel is not in the standard, and he knows that. The examiner knows that, you know that, there's nothing wrong with that. That's why the job of the examiner is to give you additional data. There's the data.
Right.
He tells you that copper and nickel, for example, is 0.6. He is basically telling you, okay, brother, nickel is on top of copper.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Yeah.
He's basically telling, how do I know? Because I'm comparing copper with zinc. Hey, copper with zinc positive, yeah? I know that zinc is on top, I know. Copper and nickel is also positive, but slightly lower. So nickel must be around here. Must be below zinc. I'm not sure
Oh
about
my
iron.
goodness. Okay. All right. No, I see
Correct
it.
or not?
I
That's
see
the
it. Yeah.
additional data, which either you're not reading or you don't understand why he gives you. But this is clear for me. I hope it's clear to you.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah. The rest also makes a lot of sense. For example, look at that. Silver and zinc is bigger than copper and zinc. Well, that's expected one. Correct? So even right now, I can already do something like this. This is 1.56. This is 1.10, which kind of tells me that this is definitely 1.56 minus 1.10 if I ever need it. If I ever need it. Correct or not? If I ever
Yeah.
need it. Okay, it's not here, but I can kind of figure it out. Now, again, back to nickel, right? So my issue is with iron. So what is iron here? I cannot see the number here.
1.25.
Okay, silver with iron 1.25. So I'm going to put this as 1.25, correct?
Yeah.
Now, this immediately answers me where nickel is. I can immediately figure it out because I have copper and nickel 0.6, right? I have copper and nickel 0.6. Is 0.6 higher than Fe or lower than Fe? I can immediately figure that one out. I think it's lower. 0.6 nickel. How do I know? Because this height is 0.46. Am I correct? 0.46. Yeah,
Oh,
from copper to silver is 0.46.
yeah. Yeah.
Okay, from copper to nickel is 0.60. So in total, this becomes 1.06
1.6.
is lower than 1.25. Lower than 1.25. 1.25 is from Ag to Fe. So I'm pretty sure nickel is below Fe lah.
Right. Right.
Okay? That's a lot of reordering, but that's what the data is for lah.
Okay.
With that, you can nicely calculate the difference between iron and copper already. Something like that. If this feels new, this is because this is JC stuff. It's not complicated, but they do this more in JC lah. They almost never do this in O level. So they're kind of taking something new and give it to you. Okay, Abigail, are you stuck currently?
Yeah.
Okay, your left-hand side is great because you are kind of like getting rid of one cert. Okay, a double cert is never a good news. So you're dealing with something confusing already. This is already considered quite difficult. Now, your right-hand side is also correct. You're supposed to square it lah. This is great. My question is, what is this guy doing here?
Oh.
I mean, you're squaring the left-hand side, so you must square the right-hand side. Totally agree, but this guy seems too much extra. Can we get rid of this for now?
Okay.
Right, then the next question is this too much to handle? This square, right? Because a double cert is too much to handle. I agree with you. When we get rid of double cert, we pay the price. The price is we must now deal with this, a square instead. Is this too much for us to handle, or it is still within our ability?
It's too much to handle.
All right. I want you to go back to question page Which page is that? I want you to go back to page 5. Okay. Now, remember our mistake? Our mistake is supposedly the area is a square. We kind of forget about that. Correct or not?
Yeah.
And then I realized that this is supposed to be this divided by that square, which looks very similar to what is happening just now. Correct or not? Something on top divided by something square at the bottom. Correct?
Oh.
How did you deal with it? Well, I mean, I did start for you. I did just handle the square and just make it into a non-square. So it is no longer too much to handle. And then turns out it's just fine. Correct or not? You can
Yeah.
manage to. So you should be able to handle a square better than a double cert. I would say it is a reasonable trade. The price you pay is still better than having to deal with a double cert. Make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, then deal with this square. Let me see how you deal with it. These are all exam level difficulty, so I guess that helps a lot. Okay, Joshua, so for the magnesium, obviously we cannot predict, right? Okay, what we can say is that it will be higher than silver zinc. Silver zinc is 1.56, correct or not? So all you can say that is going to be higher than 1.56, you take a random number which is higher than 1.56. That's the best you can do. I don't know, 2, I guess. Okay. And if you feel uncertain, you can just write something like this. Okay, tell me what's your random number? Okay, 2.2. And then you say the point is this is bigger than 1.56. Just to show your logic to the examiner. Always something good.
Okay.
Okay. But of course, you cannot predict it well.
Mhm.
Abigail, again, Abigail, you are totally skipping the square, okay? That's not good already. There's supposed to be a square here and you are not handling it. Secondly, there is a cert here and there's a cert here. Now, handle the square separately on one side first. I'm going to ask you to forget about this. And I'm going to ask you to handle the square separately, just like page 5. If you don't understand, please ask me.
I don't understand.
Okay? I'm going to do something very similar to page 5, but I'm going to ask you to do it now. I'm just handling the square on the bottom first, right? Because obviously on top is 169, correct? The problem is the guy on the bottom. Make sense?
Yeah.
So 4 plus root 3 square, if I separate this way, it probably don't look very intimidating. And that's what we can do. We make it like this so that we know what to do. Can you do this?
Yeah.
All right, give it a try.
Uh,
Yes, Joshua. Have you checked the answer key? Sorry, have you checked the answer key?
give me a second.
Yeah.
Um,
So far, so good. Abigail, you can simplify it further.
Oh.
Again, non-cert with non-cert, right? Cert with cert. So you're combining the cert should also combine with the non-cert. Why is 16 plus 3, 13?
this is
It should be, what is that, Abigail? Sorry, 16 plus 3 is? Okay, all right.
here. Yeah, I'm not doing any more here.
Okay, I'll check the 1.05 lah. I think there's a simple math error. I'll check it out first, do the rest first, yeah? Okay, now Abigail, think about this carefully. This is something square, and then you end up with something new here lah. This something new doesn't look very nice lah, big numbers and everything. Is this better than
Yes.
if it is better, then we use it. Okay, now this is better. Okay, great. How can I use this better thing now? How can I? Do you have some idea how we can use it? Because I agree with you, this is definitely better. Abigail, I want you to understand the question, their intention. I don't want you to misread their intention. The intention here is so simple. They are telling you that this is, first of all, there's a problem on the denominator, correct? That one you know already. They don't tell you, you also are supposed to realize that, correct or not? There's a problem in the denominator. So, okay, great. Okay, nothing new there. But this one is telling you exactly like, for example, go to page 5, for example. Go to page 5. A plus B root 3 is exactly telling you something like this. It's a hint for you. He's telling you that the final answer will contain some sort of root 3 in that case. It's just the same as telling you this, expressing your answer in the form that's the hint. Am I making any sense?
Yeah.
It's a normal thing they usually give you. Now go back to question 8. So this is just a hint they're telling you, please express this weird guy in a form of this, which is just, of course, get rid of the denominator lah. That's the first thing they always request anyway. There is nothing special with this equal that. It is the same thing. They are just telling you, yo, this is the final form that I want. You should get this final form if you just handle the denominator. Anyway, you have to handle it. Am I making any sense?
Yes.
In this case, we're back to normal though. This is business as usual insert. That's just what we do most of the time. You're running out of space, go ahead and use a new page. Okay, Josh, whenever you're ready, I already found the answer for 0.79. It is true that it is 0.79, definitely. Tell me when you're ready, huh?
Okay, sure.
Okay, I'll just open it. Totally agree with what you're doing, Abigail. You're handling it in a very normal way.
Yeah, I'm ready for the.
Are you? Oh, right. Okay. Now, to ease your mind a little bit, okay? Think of voltage as meter, okay? Meter. And then not only that, you have the general order already. Zinc, Fe, copper, silver, nickel is somewhere here. You're trying to figure out where nickel is, and you're using it by using meter. All right. So zinc, the highest guy, with silver, the lowest guy, is 1.56 meter. Correct or not?
Okay. Yeah.
1.56 meter. And zinc with copper, the second lowest guy, is 1.1 meter. So immediately you know that copper and silver has a distance of 0.46 meter, 46 centimeter, whatever. Make sense? And then I was just trying to figure out where nickel is. Wait, he tells me that nickel and copper is 60 centimeter. Right, there you go. I put 60 centimeter here. Okay. Immediately, I know nickel and silver is 1.06 meter. Immediately. Make sense or not?
Okay.
Why is this important? Because I'm going to use 1.25. What is 1.25 meter? Iron and silver. I immediately know that iron and nickel is 1.25 meter minus 1.6 meter, 0.6 meter, which is 0.19 meter, 19 centimeter. They are very close. It is true that iron and nickel are extremely close. I know that based on experience. So I'm not shocked here, but this might be new to you. Making sense so far? I'm just using simple mathematics and simple ordering. It's very mafan, but that's all I'm doing. Okay?
Okay.
So now I know this is between silver and copper, 46 centimeter. I know the distance between copper and nickel, 60 centimeter. The distance between nickel and Fe, 19 centimeter. If I want to, I can also find the distance between Fe and zinc. Definitely possible if needed. Okay? Since I know the distance between all the levels, if he asks me what's the difference between copper level and Fe level, quite easy, right? Just sum up 0.6 and 0.19. That's it, look.
Okay.
This feels new to you? Well, yes, this should feel to you. You have never had to do this before.
No.
But this is just simple logic, even though it's mafan. I'm more comfortable because this is done a lot in JC. So it's not very fair for you.
Okay.
It's not. But I'm trying to say that I'm just using simple logic. There's no new knowledge here. Okay? Would that be okay?
Okay.
Now, Abigail, you arrive at obviously ugly numbers, lah. Correct or not?
Yeah.
Have you tried to simplify them? I mean, again, just pressing the calculator might help you, right? Ugly numbers doesn't mean it's wrong. Let's just find out. Okay, hopefully it's nice, right? Oh, it turns out that it is simplifiable, Abigail.
Yeah.
Then you don't have much trouble. Now, according to answer key, you are correct. Now, what happens in exam if you don't have answer key? Do you know how to confirm? It's
No.
possible to confirm. I'm sorry, you're saying?
No. I don't know.
It is possible using calculator. Definitely possible. Remember, there's an original answer, original question. There's an original question and your final answer. I'm going to show it side by side. Okay. Okay, look at page 9, right? Okay, confirming your answer in exam will help you a lot. So currently your answer is here, right? This is your A, and then this guy is your B lah, correct?
Yes.
So you have an original question and you have a final answer. That's the basic of confirming. I'm gonna compare my final answer with the original question. Well, I mean, can't you just type the original question in the calculator and then compare it with your final answer? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That's always the basic. Now give it a try. Josh, are you okay with the level thing?
Yeah, sort of.
I hope
Yeah.
you don't have to do it. It's a lot more fun.
I'm
I
not.
hope you don't
I
have
don't
to
think
do
I'm
it.
gonna do that. Thank you.
Yeah. But if you have to, at least you know. For the magnesium one, you can never tell that it's 3.18. Come on, they know the answer already. They just give it to you. Yeah, there's no way you know that one, right? So
Mhm.
never mind that one.
Okay.
Are you stuck with anything, Joshua?
Well, I'm not stuck. I'm just skipping to
Oh, please do.
page
Yeah.
because I don't think it's very productive if I do the questions out of my syllabus. You know, more JC.
The question 15, page 15 one is not JC level, lah. Definitely not, yeah.
Right. Sorry, I have a question on page 16,
Yeah.
part B,
That guy.
part 2.
Yes. Oh man.
Is this reactivity series?
Well, this is electroplating. The moment they say electroplating is electrolysis lah. They did at least say that. Correct or not? It's used to electroplate zinc. Okay, lo. I mean, definitely electroplating already lah. Definitely have battery, so that's not weird, right? Have some sort of positively charged brush, negatively charged. So that's kind of feeling a bit kind of like our anode and cathode because that's what battery is connected. Correct or not?
Yeah.
The zinc sulfate doesn't look like electrolyte, but what else can it be? It's something liquidy with iron there. I mean, like that lor. And the thin coating of zinc on the surface must be like some sort of zinc deposited on the either the cathode or the anode. Correct or not? Must be lah.
Yeah.
So this is a very weird looking electrolysis, but it is electrolysis. All the components are there. If this makes any sense. If that doesn't comfort you, well, in that sense, because you are very uncomfortable with something that looks new, this is new. But the layer is new, the essence below it is still electrolysis lah. So if you cannot see this as electrolysis, it is true that you have to abandon this question. But hold up, try first lah. This is not reactivity series. This is already electrolysis. It uses reactivity series, but reactivity series is not the essence here. This is electrolysis. If I'm not helping you, tell me. If I'm not helping you, tell me, right? Okay. Abigail, how is it? Does your calculator tell you that you're right or wrong?
I'm right. But I need to like add a square root.
Correct, because that's what the question is supposed to be, that you are supposed to square root it. Correct or not? So there is nothing wrong with that. However, your final answer is not with the square root, yeah? Your final answer is A is 19, B is -8. Just saying. Can, yeah? That's your final. Okay. So with the calculator and the way you check, you at least know that you're going in the right direction in exam. Something very important for every math student. Definitely. Okay. Now, that is question done for now. Do you have more?
Can I go to the toilet first?
Yes, please. Patri is not difficult, right?
It's just dissolving. It will dissolve, right?
Platinum brushes do not react, right?
Yeah.
Platinum brushes do not. Zinc brush can or will react lah.
Will react with react with what the
zinc brushes will reduce or oxidize. That's your nicest phrasing that you can say. But platinum brushes is inert. Those are the words that you can use immediately lah. if that makes some sense. Can you hear me? Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear
Okay,
you.
right. Why am I telling you this? Because I noticed that your electrolysis chapter are covered very weirdly, like very, very weirdly, right? So I'm just telling you the words right now. Usually I'll ask you to think. Okay. No, you cannot repeat after me. You cannot say that zinc brush will reduce oxidation. You have to say either reduce or oxidize. You already figured it out. Yeah, you have to
okay.
figure it out.
Right.
Okay. But platinum brushes are inert, as in they don't react. Right? So decide whether it's reducing or oxidizing.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Then if
Okay,
it's
which will oxidize?
then
Right?
shouldn't it would oxidize always, like if it's a metal thing, it'll oxidize.
If it is connected to the battery correctly, come on, that's why I teach you. If the electron flow is wrong, it will not. It will not. The ion will oxidize, which is not what you want. If the battery is connected wrongly, then the wrong thing happened. The zinc will be protected, the ion will oxidize, which is not what you want at all, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Now, I'll expand the question further because they are already giving you something new. Wow, brush electroplating lah, the drawing is very weird lah. They give you the reason, no? The ion support are too big to be plated in the normal electrolysis tank. So they even give you the reason, I'm sorry, you don't have the normal tank. It's not a small thing, it's a big thing, correct? So they kind of give you the reason why it has to be done this way. Fair, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
something new, but they give you the information your brain can accept or can reject. It is still half a mental thing. It is. But let's say your mental accept it, then I can expand the question more. So should we use platinum brush or zinc brush?
Depends on what they need to do, right?
What you need to do is to coat the iron with zinc. They tell you that. So should you use platinum brush or zinc brush?
Platinum brush. Wait, no.
If you use
Zinc
okay.
brush. Zinc brush. I got it.
If you use zinc brush to expand your knowledge, the zinc sulfate doesn't need to be replenished that often. In fact, it doesn't have to be replenished. The zinc brush will be replenishing it. You have to replenish the zinc brush, correct?
Right. Oh, but it'll be
But if you use
expensive.
platinum brush, you will have to replace the zinc sulfate. Either
Yeah.
way, something has to be replenished. Either way, lah, right? Which is, you don't know enough, but that's to give you an idea. In the end, you have to replenish something. In the end, the zinc has to be replenished. How else are you going to coat the zinc? Something like that.
Yeah.
Right? So if you understand that, then good for you. Okay, they expand it by holding the brush instead. So they can do that, Mark 10. Oh my goodness, Mark 10, A7. This is not normal. Usually 10 marks are already in section B. This is very weird.
Weird paper.
Oh, this is very weird. Wow.
Geylang Methodist.
It is very weird. Yeah, this feels more like a question 9 question. B9. B9 is usually a long reading question. Oh, I'm so itching to teach you that. Finish your exam quickly, Joshua. Finish your exam. Gotta teach you exam strategies.
I'm back.
Yes, Abigail, do you have more questions?
No.
Right now the double voice just happens when you yeah. If you don't have any more questions, you go to my Google Drive. You will, you have two options. 5 minutes left, right? Maybe easier you just go to your and then get a third question from your practice. Aim for the harder ones at the back. Make sense?
No.
Abigail, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Go for your textbook for the harder question at the back. Do you have it?
I don't have my textbook with me.
Then you must go to Google Drive. Any paper is fine. You'll be able to see a third question. Take it, put it in Jamboard. Will that be okay?
Okay.
Joshua, are you hearing double noise? Double voice.
Yeah, I think it's from me.
It just happened, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Abigail, same thing. It just happened, right? Don't know why. So stop the Zoom or mute the Zoom. Mute the Zoom. Mute the Zoom is fine. Okay, mute the Zoom, but only if you communicate with me, then you unmute lah. That's probably another way to do it. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, Joshua. So for a very weird reason that I don't understand, that happens. That happens with Abigail Zoom. I'm still trying to figure out why.
Because of the speaker. Maybe,
It might be, but I'm not there to troubleshoot. So yeah. Ew. Okay, now think about your answer, Joshua. If the handle does not conduct electricity, is it good or not for the process of electrolysis?
But like, it's not, but it's gonna zap the person, zap the worker, isn't it?
Correct. You need to protect the worker. So a few things to clarify in electrolysis. For some strange reason, electrolysis does not need high voltage. We're talking about 2 volt to 3 volt. It's crazy low.
Or then,
It's not even enough to charge your phone. Your phone is charged a 5 volt. Okay, there is no electrolysis in 5 volt. I cannot explain why. Right? So insulating the worker turns out to be not an important thing. But now you know they don't even explain this. Now again, if you handle it with plastic, you cannot even connect the brush into the circuit. So that's not a good idea, right? So safety is not a concern. The flow of electron is a concern. Now you need to choose something else.
What am I doing?
Part D is just the rusty protection, right? Which I mean, you obviously you know, lah, right? Chromium is a metal. Chromium conducts electricity, so you choose chromium because
It's not iron.
um. Oh.
Oh no, it will. But if you say it's iron, then will it just coat the brush instead? No, but okay, iron.
So the half reactions will happen at the interface of the zinc sulfate, lah. So currently zinc will become zinc 2 plus into the zinc sulfate, right? Into the zinc sulfate. And then the zinc sulfate will release zinc into the iron. So it seems that is what is going to happen, right? Even that is not guaranteed at all. Yeah, it is not guaranteed that zinc. You have to be very concentrated in it in order to beat hydrogen. Remember, there's hydrogen plus. Hydrogen plus will interfere with this, but if you have to a very, very thick zinc sulfate, the zinc will kind of have a fighting chance with the H plus. Remember what I'm saying? The H plus will win theoretically, if that makes some sense. The H plus will win theoretically, not the zinc plus 2 plus. Okay, just saying first. Just saying.
Yeah.
So the half, you only half question. Yeah, correct. Okay. So again, theoretically, H plus will win. He declared that zinc wins here. So the reason must be because the zinc 2 plus concentration is very high. Lah. Where does it come from? It comes from the dissolving brush. Lah. So far, so good, yeah?
Okay.
Now, regarding the handle. Now, the handle is not in touch with the zinc sulfate, lo. It's not. It's not. So,
Be iron. Because it's strong. It's durable.
If I put iron in contact with zinc, right? Because the brush is zinc, and
Yeah.
I flow the electricity some more, fine, because iron is less reactive than zinc. So it will promote the zinc to be reacted instead of the iron. So the brush will not interfere with the dissolving of the zinc, which is what we want, right? If you put iron, no? If you put chromium, the problem with chromium is only one thing. I don't know where chromium is in the reactivity series. That's the problem. You shouldn't choose chromium because you are not sure. If chromium is more reactive than zinc, then putting the handle as something more reactive than the brush is going to pose a problem.
Okay. All right.
Because something more reactive will react, will prevent the zinc from reacting. Then you're fighting again. You're fighting already.
Mhm.
At least if you put iron is less reactive zinc, so you're less likely to fight. That's the concern. Don't choose copper because of that. I chose chromium because of that. You don't know where it is. Copper is better than iron. If you choose iron, then choose copper. It's just that copper is expensive.
And that's
Right?
like brittle, right? What do you call
And
it?
it's no, copper is strong. Copper is
Is
strong.
it no? Oh, okay. All right.
Copper is very strong, right? But iron is stronger. That's fine and cheap. So iron is great. Copper, yeah, maybe too expensive. Polyethylene, bye-bye. Chromium, don't do, I don't know. So you're left with actually graphite because graphite also conduct electricity that is inert. Right?
But isn't graphite brittle? Like your pencil?
Much harder to use as a handle. So using it as a handle will make the handle easy to break. So graphite is not a good idea. So I guess between copper and iron, maybe iron is better.
Okay.
Maybe.
All right. Okay.
But don't choose chromium.
Mhm.
Abigail, do you have problem? Oh, Kirani. Abigail, do you have problem getting more questions?
Yeah, it doesn't load.
It doesn't know. Tell me. Like you try to click the Google Drive, but nothing happens.
No, I open like the Google Drive, but like when I click on the document, the pages aren't loading, and I need to go.
Yeah, you're correct. We'll settle it next Thursday. Correct?
Okay.
All right. Good job for today. This is enough. I'll see you, Abigail.
Bye.
Okay, Josh, you can stay more if you want because of exam. Now, Kirana is here.
I think I'm gonna go
Right.
first.
Yes, please. All right. Physics is finished, right? Sorry, just to check. Physics is finished,
Physics
right?
is finished.
Good. So chemistry is done, and after chemistry test, you should be done with your tests. Am I correct?
Yeah. No. One more is A-math, but that's on Tuesday. So I'm like considered
Next
done.
Tuesday. Next Tuesday.
No, this coming Tuesday. So it's
Oh my goodness, chemistry and then
Monday. Yeah,
okay.
but I've studied A-math like
Sure.
Thursday and Friday, so I'm good.
Yeah, you should be solid. All right. Then I will see you after exam, and hopefully at that point we can talk about exam strategy for O level. All right.
Okay. All right.
Good job, and I'll see you. Bye bye.
Bye-bye.
Back to you, Kirana. Okay, Kirana. Wait. Where's your Jamboard?
Hello.
Yes, Kirana. Right. Where's your Jamboard? Okay. So remember, I told you to do the final question, ignoring the form equation thingy, right? So question 8, which one is the form equation thingy that I'm asking you to avoid first?
What do you mean?
Again, question 6, I ask you to avoid. Which one? Avoid something, avoid certain part. Which one?
The reduce to x.
The reduce one. Find and reduce, which is correct, right? Find form the equation and reduce, which you already know it feels hard anyway. You don't even know when to start sometimes. So yeah, okay, you agree it's hard. I also agree it's hard. Okay, that's why we're trying to make it easier. Part C we avoid lah. It's not always part C, right? In question 7 is another part. Which one is that?
The form of equation in A.
Which is part A, right? which again, you don't know how to start, and correct because it is hard. It's not obvious. Okay. Now, the same thing should happen in question 8 because this is how the question is structured. They will always structure it this way. There is that hard part, usually near the start or near the top, and you should avoid that and skip to the easier part first, is what I'm trying to say. Make sense?
Mm.
Which one are you supposed to skip in question 8? And which one are you supposed to go to and start first?
Question 8.
Question 8, yes, question 8. Sorry, why are you confused? Sorry.
Because I think that question not tested tomorrow.
Question 8 is not tested. Question 8 is easier than question 6 and 7. Are you sure?
I mean, like, cause math practices, like that question never comes up.
Wait, Kirana, wait. Since when does the exam, since when in exam, the question that came out are the only questions that you have seen before? Wait, are you sure about this?
Yeah, cause like the question hasn't like come out in any of our practices yet.
Okay,
Like the
Kirana.
integers.
Okay, Kirana, again, I'm telling you, yeah, based on my experience, question 8 will come out because it is definitely easier than question 6 and 7. But this is a student-led tuition. Are you sure you want to skip question 8? If you say you want to skip, I will skip.
Yeah.
Okay, now back to, there's no other question, right?
No.
Okay, now question 6 and 7 lah. So again, I must fulfill my promise to you, right? Okay, now look at question 6 and question 7. Currently, the situation is this. Currently, you know the x. Yeah. Currently, you know the x. 6, you know the x is a bit ugly. The x is what's that? Oh, 52.3, right? In question 7, the x is also ugly, 0.24, but confirm you know already. Okay. Now, you have a choice. You have a choice. Let's do which one first. Shall we do question 6 first, or shall we do question 7 first? Either one is
6 first.
okay. Yeah, now here it is. Oh my goodness, question 6 phrasing is very bad. Oh wow, question 6 is very bad. Okay, I'm gonna tell you why question 6 is very bad by comparing to question 7. Oh, question 7 is just equally bad.
No, question 7, right? It's like they never ask us like if like they want us to calculate the area of the rectangle or like what. They just suddenly say form an equation.
No, there's the first sentence. Now read the first sentence. The first sentence is not form an equation. The first sentence is on top. It still is phrased badly. What's the first sentence?
Oh,
Kirana?
is it the you find the area of the rectangle, then you do that equals to 9x
Area.
square.
Yeah, I think that should work very well for question 7 lah. That should work very well. Okay, because again, they never say that you should do that, but they say that they have the same area. I mean, it's a very big hint to use, right? Correct or not? Don't tell you, but they are hinting you. So if you get the hint, let's try. Okay. Later, if you're stuck, I'll show you the value of x lah. But right now, you don't have to worry about that because I think you get the hint finally. Did you miss that sentence?
I saw it, but then like after I thought about it, I just yeah.
This question do require a lot of thinking, lah. Much more than your usual email. You cannot just do lah. For the first part, for the finding x one, just do. You already know, right? So the first part, yes, thinking is good. You do all the nice stuff and everything.
Mm. Okay, I got the answer.
Okay, good job, Kirana. So some questions you get the hint immediately. You don't even need the X value. So good for you.
Mm.
Remember this, however, Kirana, stick to my advice. Do the easy part first. The easy part is easier, kind of boost your morale lah. Because
Okay.
the forming the equation one never guarantee to get one. Maybe it's easy, maybe it's hard. You don't want to get stuck there and then morale drop. Morale must be high during exam. Correct or not?
Mm.
At least when you do part B and C, you know you get something already. And then if you want to try question A, if you get, you're happier. If you don't get, you're not very sad. Again, morale drop, we avoid that in exam.
Mm.
This makes sense or not, Kirana? To avoid morale drop in exam.
Yeah.
What happens if your morale drop in exam?
Like, I guess like you have like the thing like negative thinking that like, oh, I'm not gonna get this question correct.
Or even worse, I'm not gonna pass this exam. Like the negative thinking expand one.
Mm.
Like cannot do one question, somehow it means your entire fate is gonna be, very bad, But that's why it's a negative thinking, correct or not?
Mm.
Believe it or not, you, Kirana, you're a person who is only satisfied when your score is high. You're like that one. Correct or not, Kirana?
What do you mean?
You are never satisfied with just a pass, even though right now a pass will be happy.
Mm.
But then again, yesterday you already get very high. Pass is no longer the minimum happiness for you already. That's what good results do to you. Correct or not?
Mm.
If I'm wrong, then tell me because I think that's Kirana lah. If I'm wrong, then I won't think like that.
I mean, like it depends. If like the subject is like really hard, then like okay, I'll be happy if I just pass. But like
And
if it's like a manageable paper, then like I should aim higher lah.
EMAT how?
Hmm?
This paper EMAT how?
Maybe like just get a B for now.
B is considered high, right? Last time you won't say B,
Yeah, but I don't want to get a C.
Precisely. See, your standard is increasing, which is a good thing. Is what I'm trying to say. It's a good thing. Your standard is increasing. Okay. Now listen to me carefully, Kirana. You are like that. Your standards are high for yourself. That has always been obvious to me. Okay. Even though you sometimes try to manage your own expectation.
Mm.
You almost feel like this. Anyway, we're alone, right? Okay, there's nobody here, right? Somebody here. So, even though you sometimes might try to manage the expectation of your mom and dad, correct or not?
Mm.
After exam, you say, yeah, maybe pass lah,
Yeah.
But isn't half of it you managing your own expectation
I guess.
so that you don't get too disappointed if the result is very bad lah, correct?
Mm.
Worse than expected. That's because you have a high expectation of yourself, no matter what. Regarding the exam and everything, it is just a matter of managing the expectation. Yet, to be truthful, your expectation has always been either high or very high. If
Mm.
not, you're not going to be satisfied. Correct?
Yeah.
Right. That is true, even if the subject is the hardest. So I guess currently the hardest subject is A Math, and then you say Chinese. I mean, Chinese, I have no comment. And then the third hardest subject is E Math. It is still true, even if the subject is very hard. Your expectation is still high upon yourself. Correct? Yeah?
Yeah.
So if that is you, and I know you properly, right? That is you, and I know you, and I want you to know that I know that. That's important.
Mm.
Imagine if I think that you cannot make it, but you have a very high expectation of yourself. But as a teacher, I don't think you can make it. So I kind of underestimated you. Isn't that a very demoralizing thing for you?
Mm.
So it is important for me to at least understand your expectation upon yourself.
Mm.
You don't have to manage my expectation. You don't have to manage my happiness. In this tuition, Kirana, I can only be happy if you are happy or satisfied with yourself lah, or rather with, I don't know, with your growth lah, with yourself lah, with your exam lah, with whatever it is that we are talking about right now. You don't have to manage my expectation, man.
Okay.
Now, back to the exam, Kirana. Your expectation upon this EMAT exam is rather high lah. Get a B, I don't want to get a C. Yeah, that's quite high, what? No way. A
Yeah.
pass itself is not enough. So high is fine. If I know your expectation, I can support your expectation. I'm fine. If you want to set a low expectation for yourself, then at least I know that you have a low expectation. If you have a high one, at least I know, then we can respond accordingly. Now, because you have a very high expectation from the start, before entering the exam, you are also quite prone to being demoralized in exam. Because you have a high expectation from the start, you will worry yourself to death sometimes if you cannot do one particular question in exam. This is also what I guess who you are lah currently. Correct? Now, think about this carefully. I'm teaching you how to keep your morale high. Is it because I underestimate you? Or is it because I understand your expectation upon yourself? Is it because I don't think you can make it? Or is it because I'm trying to support you with your expectation? Which one? Am I insulting you or am I supporting you? Or I'm thinking about something else. Well, then I'll tell you, Kirana, I teach this matter of keep your morale high. Okay, right? That's the current thing I'm teaching you for this question lah, because I noticed this question can be tricky, man. I teach morale, keep your morale high for all my students who want to score very high. If they want to score not so high, the definition of not so high is B and below. In O-level, you're still very far from O-level, right? You're still not thinking about your final result. But I can tell you, for all my students who are trying to score A, I teach them how to keep their morale high in exam. Not during homework, not during practice. Yeah, of course, in exam, that's where it matters one. Because I know if you're trying to score high and your morale drop, the chances become very low already. Keeping your morale high in exam is very important, especially for those who are trying to score high, who has high expectation upon themselves. So to speak. Now I'm telling you that so that you know I'm teaching you something that at least I think is relevant for you because of your expectation. Because you're trying to score high, you're trying to break your own limit. Keep your morale high, follow my advice so that you can do better in exam. My advice is you try the easy part first, and then the hard part you can try with less burden. Okay?
Okay.
Good again. Now, back to question 6. Now you should believe me lah. Question 7 doesn't mean it's harder than question 6 lah. Doesn't mean lah, right? Question 6 turns out to be harder, and maybe that will be what come out in exam tomorrow, is it? Sorry, what is it? Tomorrow, right? Okay, now, in part C, they don't even tell you any hint. That's the scary part about question 6. You have to actually make a guess. Now, I will show you what kind of hint they actually give you. The hint they give you for part C is definitely part A and B. The hint always comes before the question mark. In question 7, the hint is, well, before A lah, the following square and rectangle have the same area. Wait, that must be the hint, right? So in question 6, such sentence doesn't seem to exist. Well, I'll tell you, isn't A and B before C? A and B must be some sort of hint. Now, let me teach you how to read the hint. Are you following me so far? Question A is about time. Question B is also about time. Question A is about the time for P to Q, and then B is the time for the return journey. Those two things are the hint for C. Because in C, look at how the phrase starts. The phrase starts with, if his return journey was 25 minutes faster. Hey, it's another time. This is a time issue. A is time, B is time, C start with something, something, time faster. That is the hint. You have to think about the time. Am I making any sense so far?
Yeah.
Can you do something based on that then?
I did the first part already.
Now, look at your first part, okay? Your first part implies that your part A time is longer than your part B time. Because part A and part B, right? Do you stand by that? Do you still think that is true?
Yeah.
Okay. Then you're missing one very important part of the hint. Part A is in hour. Part B is in hour. They tell you so, you follow them, correct? Part C, you didn't use the 25 minutes. That's part of the hint. You should use it because that's a hint. And then it is also in minutes, not in hours. It's very tricky. I'm telling you a lot of things already. Do you get the hint? Not my words, but how they are trying to hint you.
I mean, I get it, but I don't know how to work it out.
Okay, now this is where my promise comes. My first promise is I will try to make it easier to work it out using the X. Okay, now the X value is 52.3, correct?
Yeah.
You can do something to make your thinking better. That is what I'm aiming to do. In exam, I cannot help you, correct? I cannot help you. So I have to help you make it easier for yourself. Use the X, which you know is correct, in part A. So part A, you say is 250 divided by X. They don't ask you to put in the X, but you are going to do that to help yourself. This is you helping yourself. This is not what the question is asking you. Clear? You have 52.3 here. So now you have a very specific time. You just press the calculator and you suddenly have a time. What is it?
Yeah. 4.78.
Okay, 4.78. What is the unit? If you're not sensitive
Hour.
unit until now, okay, good. I still have to keep reminding you on the unit, I cannot just write down for you, You also cannot just write down. You have to think about it. Be sensitive about the unit, if your aim is high, right? Now, again, let me emphasize, is this what the question is asking you to do? To put in
No.
the 52 point, no. But you're doing this because I'm telling you, hey, I promise this will make you think better. So just to be clear, you cannot write this on your working. You must write it on the side, something like that. Just write down something like outfit. Okay, and then 40. I'm just going to hold the 4.78 on the side because I'm thinking. You do the same thing for B, please. And then you tell me what it is. So you're keeping this on one side, correct? Okay, 4.78 hour, 4.36 hour, which again, 4.36 hour is just what happened at the part E. Okay, good lah. No a surprise, ma. No a surprise. Okay, yeah, good job. Now, hey, so now let's use this number instead of the algebra to think. Hey, my P to Q is 4.78 hours. My return one is 4.36 hours. Does this make some sense so far, the numbers? Like, why is one number smaller than the other? Is this making any sense?
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, it makes sense to you. Hey, one number is smaller than again. Just tell me your thinking. How come one number is smaller than the other? How come they're not the same?
Cause one of them, the speed is higher than other.
Which one? Which one is the higher speed?
Part B.
Which makes sense. The time is lower lah. Higher speed, lower time. Correct. That makes sense, right? Okay. So everything makes sense. You can already see that this is affecting your thinking, which is what I promise you, correct? Now, combine it with the hint. The hint in part C, that's the last part of the hint. Read the first phrase. What is it? If his return journey was?
Return journey 25 minutes faster.
Does this make any sense considering all the numbers?
Kind of.
Okay. Now, Kirana, you have problem with minute and hour, okay? Clear, yeah? If you want to aim for B or even A later on in the future, hour and minutes are very common in EMATH. Very, very, very common. Not in AMATH lah. In EMATH is very common. You shouldn't try to avoid, you should deal with it. Now, let me ask you. The part A is in hour, part B is in hour. The hint is currently in minute. Kind of blocks your thinking, isn't it? Correct or not?
Yeah.
Well, to help you think, you always have an option to change minute to hour or hour to minute. Just have to make that choice. Do you want to change the hours to minute or you want to change the minute to hours just to help you think?
Change the hour to minute.
Can you do that then? Do you know how to do that? 4.78 hours into minutes. Can you do that? Okay, you have that, which is again, you're just doing it on the side, right? Because you help yourself thinking. Okay, something like that. Okay, great. Then how about 0.36? The 2 minutes, right? Okay. Okay, for our 47 minutes, and then this is for our 22 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Is this already making you feel better?
Yeah.
All right, now go back to the hint. How do you make sense of his return journey was 25 minutes faster?
Just minus.
Okay, go ahead. Minus what and what becomes what? Go ahead. Everything seems to make sense now. Am I correct? It is true what? The 4 hour 47 minutes is, there's a difference of 25 minutes compared to the 4 hour 22 minutes. Everything seems correct. You are now making sense of everything. So far, so good, yeah? The question is, can you use this to help you construct an equation? That's the question. You already have all the logic. I can see what you're thinking. Can you see the way to construct an equation? Form an equation, show it reduces. and you see how you are supposed to use it.
Oh, not really.
Listen to me carefully. This exposes you some of your weaknesses lah. In the sense that, again, you are very uncomfortable with hours as a decimal. Right? Now, you try to make sense of it here. This is great, right? When you go back to the equation, unfortunately, the equation is not friendly to you. Let me tell you why. Because 250 divided by x is in terms of hour, correct or not? This is also in terms of hour, which is to say that is your 4.78 hour, correct? This is your 4.36 hours, correct or not?
Yeah.
You are stuck with 4.78 hours, which you are not happy with. You're stuck with 4.36 hours, which you are not happy with. You cannot change this hour to hour and minute as simple as what you're doing here. Unfortunately, you cannot do that. However, you gain something very important. You're saying that this minus this will still be correct. Okay, one more time. This minus this will be 25 minutes, correct? It will be. It's just that right now they are forcing you to make the minute into hour, something that you are not comfortable with at all, but you must do. Because you know this is already correct, minus this is already correct, and the answer will be 25 minutes, but in hour, not in minutes. Can you change minute to hour, please? Hey, I agree with you. This is in hour. Now think about this carefully. 4.78 hour minus 4.36 hour will be 25 over 60 hour. Correct or not?
Yeah.
Then you have your correct start. This is the correct start. You have formed something which I believe is correct, and you just have to simplify it. That's the next problem. But you have a very good start. Do you understand so far? Nobody say, however, that this is going to be easy. Can you continue from here? If you feel that this is harder than question 7, it is because it is lah. It is way harder than the question 7 one. And I am betting question 6 is what happened in exam tomorrow, not question 7. It is the hard one, not the medium one. Question 7 is around medium difficulty. Okay. Now you know why I tell you to keep your morale up, to do part D and part E first. Can you continue from here?
No, I'm a bit stuck.
Simplify your 25 over 60 first. Use your calculator if you have to. Yeah, you're a Sec 3 student. It's not 1 over 4. Come on. It's not 1 over 4. What calculator are you pressing currently? Press properly, please. You're aiming for B. Do it properly. Right? Just to confirm, would you prefer to use 5 over 12 or 25 over 60? That's up to you.
5 over 12.
All right. I would prefer that also. So let's do that. Right? 250 over x minus 250 over x plus 5. You know this is correct based on the numbers. And then this is equal to 5 over 12. Now, let's pretend we are back to eMath Sec 2 lah. This is a Sec 2 question. I can guarantee you this happens in Sec 2. So we are back in using your past skills lah in Sec 2. Do you know what you will do in Sec 2 if you see this kind of thing?
Uh,
Every time I say, in the past this happens, it scares you, isn't it? Makes you worry that what am I forgetting? How come this is not familiar to you at all? Is that what is happening right now in your mind?
yeah.
If you want to aim for B, you got to manage all that lah. Because obviously, a Sec 3 math will use some sort of Sec 2. Even if you forget, that is still true. And even if you feel that this is unfamiliar, you have done this various times in Sec 2. No matter how much you don't remember, that is still true. That is still a fact. The fact that you feel uncomfortable or you forget about it doesn't cancel the other fact that this has happened multiple times. You have done it, and maybe with some trigger, you can remember it. Hopefully lah.
Mm.
Take it as a positive thing because I will keep saying this. When I say this, I mean you don't need any new skill anymore. What I've been teaching you so far are almost entirely new. Okay, do D first, think about the unit in C, think about the numbers uses. Okay, all these are new methods of doing a question. This no longer requires something new. Again, no matter how much you don't remember and feel uncomfortable, the other side is still true. There is nothing new here, and hopefully I can trigger you quickly. That would be nice if that is true, correct?
Mm.
Furthermore, this is very likely to happen tomorrow, so it will be nice if you can use some of your old knowledges, right? Again, even if you forget, you have practiced it quite some time already. It's not that easy to erase also. Huh? So again, you're looking at two fractions here, correct or not? In Sec 2, if
Yeah.
you see two fraction, I mean, what's the good thing to do, so to speak?
Make the denominator the same.
And why is that useful in Sec 2? Because if you make the denominator the same, what can happen? You can combine the fraction. Make sense?
Yeah.
You can combine the fraction. Now, this doesn't seem to immediately help you, right, in Part C, but I can tell you, you are doing that a lot in Sec 2. Make the denominator the same, combine the fraction. Make the denominator, that's just what you do in Sec 2. So even if that doesn't seem to help you in Part C, please still try to do that. See what happens. Make sense?
Mm.
And go to the next page if you want to. That will take a lot of space. There, I create some page for you.
On the page 13.
Okay, I'll move the page. Okay, I'll move the page there. Easier. Okay, go to page 12. Okay, I've shifted the page to near the new page already. Come on, move to page 12. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sure. Right. Again, now you have a new page next to it. Okay. Don't be confused. Go to page 12. Oh, this is an iPad thing, isn't it? Again,
Wait,
please
I
move it. Again, move it to the new page. Okay, wherever the new page is, just move it to the new page, please. Copy it. You okay? You're copying, is it?
Yeah.
Okay, good. If you want to equate the denominator, maybe you declare what the denominator should be first lah. As in, at least maybe write the denominator goal first, something like that. Then you can go up and handle the numerator. Maybe that's a better way. Denominator goal is that. Okay, sure, that makes some sense, sure. Right, so write down as a denominator lah. No, never mind. Stop. Don't expand. Don't do that, please. Just write down as the denominator, right? So that's the denominator goal. So now you handle the top one, all right? This one minus. So this one will be the same also, right? Correct or not? Don't be too hasty to expand. Don't be. This one also, right? Correct? That's
Yeah,
your
right.
goal, right? Equating the denominator, correct? If
Yeah,
I'm
right.
writing something and you cannot see, just go in and go out the iPad. It's an iPad problem. Nothing new.
Mm.
Right? Don't be hasty to expand. You're just declaring that the denominator should be the same in this way, correct?
Yeah.
So now handle the numerator lah. Handling the first numerator, sure. So good. So far, so good. Handling the second numerator, all right. And you are currently wrong. What are you talking about? We're doing it properly now. Then the last one. Okay. Again, Kirana, is this sec2? Correct or not?
Yeah.
Then can you continue from here? email student, yeah, your email student, I'm sorry, and this is wrong. Yeah, I mean, too many mistakes already lah. Come on, don't do this like.
What if the x squared and the 5x is negative?
When you do, I mean, this is not what they want, but you know you're close, right? That's the nice thing about this question. Now, this question is very hard, but at least they give you answer key. Correct or not? So you know that you're close, right? So, I mean, if there is nothing else for you to do in exam, you can just write the final answer here without actually, you're just pretending that you know. You're just pretending. Of course, your teacher may spot your mistake, but what else can you do in exam? So that's one thing to do lah. That's a very simple thing to do, but that's not my recommendation. So far, so good. Instead, just remember the technique. Like the technique you go from second line to last line is doldor mah, correct or not? That's what you're doing, correct or not? You do doldor divided by 5 lah, yeah, correct? That's how you simplify, which is a great thing, correct? Kan doldor, the best thing ever, the most important technique in math, kan doldor help you solve the negative problem? Can or not? Isn't there a doldor to help you here?
Yeah.
Then use doldor because doldor is the best thing ever.
So divide -5.
Well, I mean, you already have the final, you have already here. I mean, you cannot divide -5 here, what? But you can divide minus
Oh, -1.
1. I mean, if you're continuing from it, just divide -1. I believe you will solve your problem.
Mm.
I'm not joking when I say dual door is the best thing ever. You should always consider it when you are stuck with something. Maybe it'll help. Maybe it'll help. And at this point, it does help. You are correct. Answer key is nice. For all the trouble this question is giving you, at least it gives you answer key. Okay? Which is why you can do part D and part E before part C, because they do give you the answer key. Okay? Now, Kirana, I'll tell you another thing to boost your morale or maintain your morale in exam. The question always gives you the answer key. You will notice that in question 6, question 7, and question 8. Correct or not? The middle part, they give you the answer key one. Correct, yeah?
Yeah.
Nobody forces them to do so, but they will voluntarily do so because they know this part is hard. It's terribly hard sometimes, and they sometimes intentionally make it very hard. Sometimes there's just no shortcut around it. It is hard. So they intentionally do that, and to make sure it doesn't cost you all the marks because it is hard, they give you the answer key. How does that help? So that you don't get the marks for the hard part, you can do the next part with the answer key. That's the basis of their thinking, not my thinking, not your thinking. Understand?
Mm. Yeah.
So my suggestion is just based on using that because that was their intention all along. It was their intention to give you the answer key so that it limits the damage because they know certain things are hard. This is one of the hardest things to do in EMAT, believe it or not, this part. Once something is wrong, everything go kaput one, everything go haywire. Simple minus mistake here, simple square mistake there. Just now you make one simple mistake here, remember? Or was it? You make one simple mistake here, the x plus 5.
Mm.
You don't notice it. I notice it. I know I'll tell you immediately because it'll take a lot of time. In exam, nobody tells you. You don't realize it. You spend a lot of time and you still get the wrong thing. That is why it is hard. They give you the answer key. It may make you happy. It may not make you happy. Now, my recommendation is slightly more. You should use the answer key immediately, not wait until you cannot do first. Get the marks first behind, and then go back to this hard one.
Mm.
I have one last encouragement to you. In this question, there are no marks, right? Correct or not? There are no, oh, this part how many marks, that part how many marks. Don't have one, correct or not?
No.
I'll tell you what the marks are in general for question 6. Go back to the previous page. I'll tell you what to encourage you even more. Okay, so I'll tell you in O level, I often see this. This hard part is 3 marks. Wow, so hard they give me 3 marks. Okay, that makes sense. That's my encouragement. My encouragement looks like this. This is 1 mark. 1 mark.
Mm.
This is at least 2 marks, and this is at least another 2 marks, at least. In total, this is a lot. I'm asking you to skip the hardest 3 marks in favor of 2 mark, 2 mark, 1 mark, 1 mark. I hope that makes a lot of sense, especially in exam. If not skip it, do it the last because that 3 mark is terribly difficult. Now, Kirana, your choice. In exam, you want to focus the fact that I don't get this 3 mark. Or you want to focus on the fact that I can get this 6 mark first. Let me get that 6 mark first. The 3 mark can worry later.
Mm.
Anyway, I know it's going to be hard. Which one is a better thinking for getting B? What do you think?
Get the 6 mark first.
3 mark later lah.
Yeah.
Does it have to be now?
No.
Right? Does it have to be the first thing? No, definitely not. Because why? Because look, they give you the answer key. They also think, in case, people don't get 3 mark, which is very often, in case they still can get other marks. Fair lah, fair. They also think that way. We also think that way. Look. For you, especially true, remember your morale drops a lot. Remember that. Be careful. Don't maintain your morale. Don't let it drop lah, in that sense. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, I'm not joking when I say question 6 is the hardest question, but it's very likely to happen tomorrow lah. Now, we still have half an hour. Is there any other topic that you want to practice? Because if not, we better get some more practices like this one.
Inequalities.
I guess you have to practice that. What else, right? Those also give you marks. So even though this is the hardest question that will happen tomorrow, doesn't mean that they will give you so many marks, right? Inequality will also give you marks. Come lah, let's practice inequality. It's also good. I'm gonna share my screen just for recording purposes, yeah? You have to worry.
Okay.
Okay, do you know how to do this one?
Yeah, I'm putting the questions first.
Right.
Is it okay if I take my homework file?
Yes, you can, but be quick.
Okay.
Some time to read, but don't wait too long, eh? Don't wait too long. Let me help you if you cannot figure it out. Looking good, looking good. Do you know how to continue from here? Is the question.
Draw the number line.
Correct, because that's the easier way to do it lah. Can you draw the number line? Wait. Before you draw the number, do you know why we draw the number line?
I don't really know, but just to prove how
Do you
to.
want to know why?
Yeah.
Very easy. Because the question say, right, satisfy the inequalities, as in there are two inequalities to satisfy. So far, so good? Then, if there's only one, you don't have to draw the number line. If there's only the left one finish, so if only the right one finish. The only reason why you draw number line is when you want to combine certain things. In this case, you want to combine two inequalities. Number line is an easier way to see it first. That's the main reason. So can you see how to combine this without the number line? Because you have to combine them. If you can see how to combine them without number line, also no need number line, just to be clear lah. Okay. So you're saying to me that, Hui, you don't need number line, you combine them already. It's actually very weird if you draw the number line after the combo, because that's not the point. The point is the number line helps you with the combo. If you already know the combo, why bother with the number line? If that makes sense to you lah. Okay, so why are you drawing the number line after the combo? Is that what you do? Is that what your teacher teach you? Is that how you're supposed to do it according to your teacher? Is that the habit here, or what is this?
I'm not sure. I felt like doing it.
Then could you at least do it before the combo? Let's pretend. Follow my advice first. Follow my advice first. Even though you seem that you know how to combine, I believe you. Can you please number line first before combo?
Okay.
If you draw your number line by following the combo, you're totally off already. Just that's not how it works already. Just pretend that you don't have the combo and you're thinking using the number line, not the other way around. Hey, I draw the number line because of the combo. Nah, no. Right? Draw a 0. I guess that's okay. No problem. An open circle, wonderful. The arrow looks great, totally fine. I like it a lot. Okay, this is a very good first arrow. You have a second arrow, okay, with a dotted line, wonderful. All good stuff. Close circle, totally correct. The arrow also correct. Now, you're shading the area where both have, right? You are not shading the area where only one have, correct or not? This is your declaration of, yeah, I know where both is, not just one. Okay, then you will close it with the the combined answer lah, right? After number line. Okay, then you're saying that yeah, because of that after number line, I'll do this, yeah. So totally great. Normally, this will be the end until you read the question one more time lah. This is not the end. What is the question?
Find the integers which satisfy the inequalities.
Right. What you're doing until here is totally fine. They're asking for something slightly more, the integers. So you should do final answer. This is not the final answer. Yeah, do you understand what I'm saying? So what are the final answers? The integers. Great, looks good. Nice, very good. And that will be your final answer. Good job. Done. Great. Now, can you deal with 3A? 3A is most likely what will happen tomorrow.
Wait, 3A also got the continuing part where I take picture.
Yes, please. I'm sorry, I don't understand. Okay, that's the 3A, yeah, but there's a B, right? I don't think B is connected to A, lah. B is definitely the harder question, but A is definitely going to come out tomorrow also. Gonna move this to the next question. And I want you to focus on A.
Likely not tested because my practice exercise don't have that kind.
Again, you're very certain, so I have to leave it to you lah. Now, let's practice A first lah. A is very likely to happen. So, how do you do A? Do you know or not?
Yeah, I know.
Splitting them, wonderful, good job. You have the flipping are totally fine and great. Yeah, totally fine.
Is it like that?
Yeah, I think you're getting the number line. The number line is supposed to help you find the answer region, right? Which I think you're doing very fine here. Now you
Okay.
can write down the final answer based on the number line. Now the number line is actually doing something useful for you, right? Of course, you don't have to use it if you can already
Wait,
imagine it.
one third bigger than 1/2.
Now, that is the answer for you lah. Is 1/3 bigger than 1/2 or not? Or is your number line wrong? You gotta think about
Half
that.
is bigger than 1/3.
Then is your number line correct?
No.
But you can change it quite easily. Don't have to erase everything, okay? Just swap the number, right?
Yeah.
Yep. In exam, quite easy to deal with lah. You realize that yourself, so I think you do understand the number line, I think. And your answer is still 1/3. Now you're making totally no sense already. Your number line turns out to be useless to you. Like you are just totally ignoring your number line in your final answer. That part, you don't make sense at all, man. First of all, you're writing 1/3 when your number line clearly indicates it has something to do with half. That already does not make sense already. Isn't your number line supposed to tell you something? Wait, you don't understand what I'm saying, isn't it, Kirana? Listen to me, yeah. Time is short. Me, look at your number line. I say that your number line is totally great, right? Because you have 1/3 here, right? You have, sorry, Jamboard error. Okay, so you have your 1/3 here, right? 1/3 is great, half is great, and then your arrow is totally fine, and then you realize this must be the area of the answer. Very great, very good thinking. And then your answer somehow does not reflect this area at all. Your answer starts
Also,
with 1/3.
alright, if
Huh?
if both arrow pointing the same direction, then the bigger one has to.
No, let's not memorize. No, please, Kirana. If you're memorizing, please don't do that. There's no need to memorize here. Why did you shade this area? Tell me. Why? Why?
Because
Why didn't you shade the rest? Yes, go ahead.
like X is bigger than both of them.
The keyword here is both, right? You gotta satisfy both, correct or not?
Yeah.
The arrow is 1/3 and then half, and to be very clear visually, only this area satisfy both arrows. Because you gotta satisfy both, you cannot just satisfy one. If you satisfy one, you don't have to draw anything. The only reason why you draw, because you have to find an area which satisfy both arrows. That's why you that's why you shade that area, correct or not? Because that's the area which is both, not just one. This one cannot, wrong, because there's only one. This one, oh, nothing, even worse, correct? So if that is your logic, which is totally correct, I have to satisfy both. Your drawing is correct. How come your answer starts with 1/3? 1/3 is here. How can this satisfy both? No one. Your number line clearly indicates to you that half is the start of satisfying both. It's half and beyond satisfying both arrows.
Oh,
Make sense or not?
yeah.
That's why you shade that. So why your answer shouldn't be 1/3. 1/3 is still here. It is not satisfying both. So change it. Come on. Now, again, your this I check first. So you're saying that x should be bigger than or equal to half lah. Correct? Is that what you're shading? X should be bigger than or equal to half. Is that what you're shading? Just checking.
Yeah.
Then your final answer and your number line is at least the same thing, which is what they expect lah. How can they be different? Okay. Are you right or wrong? I don't know, but at least your number line and your final answer is the same thing. Yes, that makes sense. And your number line is helping you with the final answer, not the other way around.
Okay.
Let me repeat this. If it's the other way around, don't need the number line, just give the final answer enough already. Okay, but I think number line is something very important. I think most people should do it. I should do it. You should do it, just to prevent any careless mistake. In the heat of exam, we may make mistake. It's better to draw lah. Doesn't take too much time. Okay, so I believe this is a good answer lah. Now it's a good answer. Okay, any questions so far?
No.
Right, I like your flips and everything with the negative sign. Obviously, you're paying attention in class. Now, do we have another thing to do? Because you say part B not included, right?
No.
Okay, then that means I think the next one also not included, right? Oh, there's inequality. Okay, great. C and part D. Let's practice more.
If got fraction, then what am I supposed to do? Because I never do a fraction before.
Again, what is the best thing? What's the best technique in algebra? I keep telling you, right? What is it? Come on, just now. Come on. Just like every time I ask this, it feels like something new. Come on, I tell you that the best thing in algebra is Doldor. And have you once considered Doldor when you're stuck? The reason why I'm telling you Doldor is so good because it may actually help you when you're stuck more than 50% of the time. The solution is simply another Doldor. Make your life happy. Okay. Now, this is obviously not an equation. Doldor usually applies in equation, but there's a left-hand side and there's a right-hand side. Did that make sense?
Yeah.
You are stuck here. You don't like the fraction. I also don't like the fraction. I totally agree with you on that one. I hate the fraction also. Can Doldor make your life better? You think?
Yeah.
Okay, then let's try a Doldor. Let's see where it leads us.
Wait, but then that means the right side also need to times 3/4.
Why do you times 3/4 first thing first?
I thought need to divide.
You want to get rid of the 3/4. Why are you timesing 3/4? I mean, put it appropriately, yeah. Put it appropriately. You want to get rid of over 4. You hate the 4. The 3 is actually not a problem, correct or not? You don't like the divided by
Oh,
4. I mean,
okay,
what's the
okay.
dollar here, right? Okay.
Mm.
And then to answer your question, ialah it's dollar what? You have to do both what? It's called do left, do right. Looks like a proper dollar. Now, does that make it better? Hopefully lah, hopefully, yeah. You are doing dollar and dollar, right? Which is great, right? Okay, okay. Dollar is like just unconsciously helping you here, and you do the flip, and I'm happy. Now, tell me, do you do number line here or not?
No.
Yes, correct. Correct, absolutely correct. Because first of all, you already have the final answer, right? Why bother with number line? Secondly, you do number line when you want to combine answers. Correct or not? When you combine two things.
Yeah.
There's nothing to combine here. Yeah, finish lo, done, pop. Hopefully you're correct lah.
Mm.
Correct? Let's do the rest one. Okay, there's a lot of fractions, so you can practice your dollar. Dana, your practices are getting easier and easier. What's going on here? Okay, you should be practicing E and F lah. But A until C is too easier. You know this, right? How come it's easier? No, 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 no. Oh, it's 9 o'clock already. Finish your E and F first before you go.
Wait, is it like
Are you stuck with E?
wait ah?
What's the best thing in, what's the best technique in algebra? If you're stuck, consider that. Come on, what's the best thing in algebra? When you're stuck, consider that.
I mean, I know times, but
I mean, keep trying until you find a good doldol lah. I mean, frankly speaking, there isn't much else you can do, correct or not? But doldol you can do, and doldol might help. I mean, try something, doldol. Yeah. What doldol are you thinking right now? Looking good, looking good. To make your thinking even better, Kirana, you can just think of it as times 4 and then times 3. You can do 2 doldol. Make sense or not?
mm,
Is it okay to do more than 1 doldol? Okay, right? So I want to times 4 and then I want to times 3. Oh, it's both times 12. I guess I can combine them. I can also do them separately, times 4 and then times 3. Did that make sense to you?
mm,
Now, are we ready for F?
yeah.
Hey, come on, Kirana. What dollar did you did from first line to second line?
Times. Wait.
What did you use? Cross multiply? That's wrong.
Then
You cannot cross multiply both same side one.
by times 15 what?
Yeah, where's your dollar? You do left. Did you do right?
No.
Where's your right? Where's your dollar? That's not the left and the right. Those are both left. Okay, good. That's a good dollar. The summary is remember dollar tomorrow, yeah?
Mm.
Is there anything else?
No.
Right. I think it's good to sleep well, Kirana. Good practice for today. Whether it's enough or not, I think if you're sleepy tomorrow, they will not help. Sleep also important. Correct or not?
Mm.
To be fair, you practice quite a lot. Okay?
Yeah.
All the best for tomorrow, and I will see you next week.
Okay. Bye.
Bye-bye, Kirana.